guess the places that I've been. Let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The FBI seized 11 sets of classified documents when it conducted the search on former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate earlier this week. Representative Adam Schiff says he's concerned about the lack of security these documents had.
If the Trump people represented that they provided all the classified or national security information and didn't, that's a serious problem.
It's pretty ugly in Mexico.
The State Department is telling American citizens in Mexico to shelter in place due to fires, roadblocks, and police activity in several towns in the Mexican state of Baja California. The towns include Tijuana, Mexicali, and Rosarito. Gang violence erupted there late Friday and early Saturday, the U.S. consulate asking citizens to take multiple steps to protect themselves, including seeking secure shelter, monitor local media for updates, and be aware of their surroundings. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Facing prison time and dire personal consequences for storming the U.S. Capitol, some January 6 defendants are trying to profit from their participation in the deadly riot, using it as a platform to drum up cash, promote business endeavors, and boost social media profiles. The Nevada man, jailed on riot charges, asked his mom to contact publishers for a book he was writing about the Capitol incident. A rioter from Washington State helped his father hawk clothes and other merchandise bearing slogans such as "Our House" and images of the Capitol building. And a Virginia man released a rap album with riot-themed songs and a cover photograph of him sitting on a police vehicle outside the Capitol, January 6, 2021. Man's in custody after firing his gun at Canberra Airport in the Australian capital city. Police Detective Dave Kraft says the suspect fired 5 rounds in the departures area.
The firearm has been secured. We do not believe that there were multiple weapons at this time.
There were no reported injuries. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
It's the 21st century, and we're talking about polio.
Health officials are urging people in New York City to be proactive after polio was found in wastewater samples. The disease was largely eradicated in the United States, but now it's believed to be circulating in the Big Apple once again. Dr. Mary Leahy, CEO of the Bon Secours Charity Health System, told CBS News that people need to take steps to make sure that it doesn't spread.
If we can go back to having very, very high standards with regard to making sure that people are vaccinated and making sure that the immunization rates are better, that's our best method of protection.
The overall polio vaccination rate in New York is 86% among children 5 and under. Officials are concerned about some city zip codes where fewer than 2/3 of kids have received the polio vaccine. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
With the shortage of monkeypox vaccine in the United States, many U.S. residents are flocking to nearby Canada to get vaccinated. This man says when he first got there, he realized he wasn't the only one who thought of it. The line was quite long.
It was like 4 blocks long, so I just turned around and left.
Many Californians fear the big one, but it might not be what you think, a mega flood. A new study by Science Advances shows climate change has already doubled the chances of a disastrous flood happening in California in the next 4 decades. And experts say it would be unlike anything anyone alive today has ever experienced. This is USA Radio News.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, would you looky there? Another weekend done gone. All right, close out a Sunday. We will work our way into a Monday. Everybody's favorite day of the week. Settle in, back to the old grind. Got to earn a living at some point in time, right? Hope you had a good weekend. Here we are, 15th day of August. Getting underway. Had an anniversary weekend. You know, actually Friday morning, it hadn't even crossed my mind. August 13th, Saturday. 39 years. That's what we celebrated over the weekend. Yeah, 39 years she's put up with all my crap. So a happy anniversary to Steve and Lisa. Lots to cover, lots of updates to throw your way as we get the new week started. Boy, where do we begin? Of course, we'll check our travelers' weather coming up here. Say hello to some of our listening friends. Check it in. Going to be a rainy week. Potentially more flooding concerns. There's going to be a swath of excessive rainfall spreading through the plains, the Mississippi Valley over the next several days. Complexes of storms that are going to be developing along a very slow-moving feature. It's going to bring the risk of torrential downpours across the central states. Well, that would be our system that's emerging out of the Rockies as we speak tonight. It is bringing some heavy rains through parts of Nebraska. Colorado seeing some rain. We'll update the radar scene here and get the very latest. And right now, it's the Nebraska Panhandle region. A lot of rain. And on down through eastern portions of Colorado, northeastern portions of Colorado, we've seen a number of flood warnings in parts of the desert Southwest. Still an active monsoon season. Clusters of showers and thunderstorms, some heavy rain tonight west of Phoenix from about Lake Havasu City down to just the north side of Yuma, Arizona. That's one complex of thunderstorms, another there in northwestern portions of Arizona. And these are all prompting flash flood warnings in these areas tonight. Of course, it doesn't take a whole lot of rain to prompt flooding in those desert areas. Then we're looking at heat, once again, kind of building in. We've got heat advisories for your Monday, stretching from northern Louisiana through eastern Oklahoma, southern and central portions of Arkansas. Not as widespread as we'd seen several weeks ago, but we will break it all down for you. Coming up here as we get the new week underway. First things first, before he hangs the phone up, I looked up at the call screener. We don't get, Mondays are typically slow anyway. But I see a name we haven't heard from since, say, maybe right about a year ago, I would presume. Is it actually you, Lobster?
It certainly is, and I am kind of slow, if that makes you feel better.
Kind of slow? How the hell
Top
you been?
Top morning to you, King Steve.
August 29 of 2021 is the last time we heard from you. It's been almost a full year. How the hell you been?
Fantastic. What was that date?
August 29th.
Oh, my birthday. How about that?
Was it? Okay.
I don't know what I was doing that day. I was probably working at Albany Terminal and all that. Been doing real good. Just happy, making lots of money, working hard. Little this, little bit of that, taking care of my little wiener dogs. Just living life and having a great time at it.
Keeping the bread on the shelves, still working for the bread guys, is that?
Yes, I am. They drafted me last week and this week to run out of the Albany terminal because I'm only one of two guys out of my terminal that are certified to do the 48-foot doubles on the New York State Thruway. So they said, we need help. I said, well, if you're going to pay me as disgustingly as much as you did to do the yard jockey work, hell yeah, I'm here. And now I'm doing late second shift. I'm almost back to Albany. Going to wrap it up here shortly.
So you're kind of close. Yeah, so I guess I'm assuming you're working mostly daylight hours. Is that where you've been?
Right. My current bid, I started 6:30 a.m. So, but they, like I say, they needed help. They asked me. The operations manager called me up. The owner of the company said, "Can you help us out?" Hey, the money, I can't turn down the money. That's the only reason I show up for work. I'm kind of like you, Steve.
Right, you got to make a buck.
Why the hell would you go to work if it's not for the money and all that? So what's new and exciting in Steve's world? Because I don't even get a chance to listen to your podcast. I apologize.
It's so simple. I mean, download the app and you push a button and there we are.
I don't have young children or grandchildren around the house to direct me, okay? All right, come on, Pops. I'm almost, you're almost as old as I am. I am technologically
come
inept.
on, it's easy to do. Very, very simple. But Yeah, everything going well. You plugging away here during the overnight hours. Been kind of missing you and some of the. Do you ever speak to Spaceman? I chat with him here and there on Facebook. I know he was in Ocracoke last week, but he hasn't called in probably a year.
I have no idea. I haven't had it. Last time I chatted with him or spoke to him was one of his former shop stewards had passed away. And, he was asking me if I had some pictures of him and some of the shenanigans we had. There was a thing we used to write on the back of the trailer, and Spaceman would write, he'd have some dilemma. And he's told the story on the air, like he put his pants on with the wrong leg in the wrong direction or something. What would Chango do? And Chango had passed away. So that's the last time we had spoken. We've lost several people. Fella used to call in the show, Gary Neiman, out of Omaha. He didn't call a lot. Super Teamster.
Yeah,
and all that.
I didn't realize. I had not heard that, Gary. Yeah, because he's the one that had the really deep voice, and he was big into the union and all that.
He was essentially the number 3 guy in the freight division with the Teamster. He was the or number 4 guy when it came to assisting freight directors, and I guess passing his sleep a week ago.
Really?
Peacefully.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, I tried sending the information on Facebook Messenger, and I don't know if it got through or if you even mess with that kind of stuff. And it's difficult. We lost another friend. I don't know if he was a caller of your show. A fellow named Blue Racer passed away unexpectedly, and it's been kind of rough.
Wow.
Yeah, when you lose good people and all that, but that's the way it is. I guess if you're going to go when you sleep peacefully, not a long, drawn-out affair. Try to live your life to the fullest.
You never know.
By the way,
none of us are guaranteed.
Congratulations.
No one guaranteed tomorrow.
Years.
Thank you very much. Yeah, next year, the big 4-0. Will I make it?
Oh, you certainly will. You'll do that standing on your head. Lisa has the patience of a saint. She's gotten this far. You're in like Flynn.
Uh-huh.
I did talk to Horsefeathers a couple of weeks ago. Just shooting the breeze with him. We just happened to be. He was up late, for him, and I was out a little bit earlier. Just shooting the breeze. Yeah. Just a bunch of stuff during the day keeps me busy.
Okay. Yeah.
That. So I don't. Phone calls here, phone calls there, taking stuff. So. To traffic. I go out to Long Island a lot when I'm on my normal bids and all that. So the traffic, is just absolutely atrocious. So you deal with it as best you can. And I'm a pretty boring guy, Steve. I pretty much toned it down a lot after Facebook completely deleted my Facebook account last year.
Okay. I saw you showed back up with the different names. So,
you have to look. When you have my reputation, you have to have a couple of backup accounts.
Aliases, yeah.
Yeah, you have to. But they completely, with no appeal, completely deleted, my Bill Lobger accounts. After, I guess, about the 1st of October or something, I finally got Bill Lobger back and recreated it. But again, I leave my outrageous stuff to the private groups.
I hear you.
And all that. Yeah, that's the way it goes. We're watching, the tumult and all that's going on with the Trump thing down there at Mar-a-Lago.
Yep.
That was crazy. And now the alert the FBI's put out for basically all law enforcement officers, kind of keep your, watch your back and all that. And, I guess you guys had some nut job down here in Cincinnati.
Yeah, sure did.
It's crazy times, and you just again, you worry about people like your son in law enforcement. Like they're just doing their jobs, and the basics of their job is dangerous enough. And now, these homegrown nuts have got, whatever agenda going down. I don't understand it. I worry about law enforcement. They don't need that extra stuff to be looking at.
Absolutely. Yep. There's a lot of crazies out there, Lobster. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, indeed, my friend. Yes, indeed. Other than that, like I say, we're doing good. I'm healthy, happy. All that, like I say, I can't ask for too much more in the world. I got a, fantastic, lovely wife. But we're coming up on our 11th anniversary in October.
Okay.
So I think we're doing not too much else going on in my world. Just kind of keeping a low profile, my friend.
Well, when you're up during the late hours, like if you're going to be out there a few more times, maybe chime in again this week if you're out there running that bid.
I will certainly give it a try. I think I'm going to be running Albany to Buffalo with a set of double trailers back and forth. So, and finishing up at about this time. So maybe we'll give it a try tomorrow.
If
and
you've
I'll
got
listen in for a while longer.
You got the iPhone or the Android?
Android.
iPhone. Okay, so
Please.
I've got an Android phone. It's when you go to your app store, you just what is that?
Yes,
That's the Google store. Just type in overnightdriveradio.com,
Okay.
and it'll download. And like I said, it'll put a little icon on your screen, and all you do is hit that button, and you can catch the podcast live. And of course, we want replays and whatnot throughout the day. So, it's very simple.
All righty, I will. I'm not a smart man.
It's not that technical.
That's why I drive with a bike helmet on.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Lobster. Thank you so much for checking in.
It's a pleasure, Steve. Thank you.
Happy Monday. There you go. Kind of a voice from the past. I mean, there was a time he was almost with us on a nightly basis, right? Old Lobster. Trying to stay out of trouble. All right, 19 past the hour. Around the country. There you go. It's underway here the new week at 844-844-3388. We will get to some of our travelers' weather. We'll say hello to some of our friends checking in via YouTube and Facebook as we get the new week started. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, some of our listening friends checking in here on a Monday morning. Bolt actually checks in via email this morning. This is first time checking in over email, but tonight I've got kind of a long check-in. Got 63 degrees here at the Home 20, Delray, West Virginia tonight. The new kitten's doing very well, very healthy. No news on the job front just yet. Got something to turn in that I've tried to turn in for several days now, but I'm working on that. Although I share not the best news. We learned on Friday that my grandfather has cancer and doesn't have long to live. If you're wondering, it's my grandfather on my mom's side, so not Gilligan's father, although I ask for prayers this Monday morning for my family as we cope with this. But just want to wish everybody a wonderful night and be grateful each day for what you have. You are so correct, Bull. Thank you very much. Hello to Heavy D, checking in here on a Monday. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe and keep on trucking. Richard is on board from Central Florida this morning with 75 degrees. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Randolph checking in. Where you at, Randolph? Somewhere in Georgia, I believe it is. Monroe, Georgia, tonight. All right. One crazy way. There's West Michigan checking in. 64 degrees as well tonight. Yeah, we've had some cool overnight lows. I'm looking at, looks like 68 outside the secret bunker at this hour, but had a little bit of rain here and there over the weekend. But overall, had a beautiful sunny Friday. Yeah, Saturday, a little cloudy and whatnot, but enjoyed the weekend. Got the update. I did not make it down to Florence Speedway. I wanted so much to get out there to catch the North-South 100. But I did catch it via Flow Racing. Just keen on Dale McDowell from Chickamauga, Georgia. You know, it was kind of like Northwest Georgia on the podium. First, second, third. You know, these three guys all from pretty much, I believe, the same neck of the woods. Jonathan Davenport. And was it Owens? Or was it Owen? Yeah, Davenport. I think Owens was second. Dale McDowell finishing third. Yeah, third in the North-South 100 for Dale. So pretty good weekend. He finished second in the 25-lap feature there on Friday night. Thursday night got rained out. I mean, yeah, we didn't have any rain in the forecast. Beautiful day. Didn't get a drop of rain. I guess we're probably 25 miles away from the speedway there. And I was really surprised. They got the event started in the evening, and here comes a deluge, a downpour, rain for about 45 minutes. And just didn't have the time. They worked on the track for several hours, but they said it would have been like 2 o'clock in the morning, so they just canceled the events Thursday. But great racing Friday and Saturday night at Florence Speedway. I saw via Flow Racing, Saturday night's crowd. Man, that place was packed and stacked. So for those who made it out to the North-South 100, hope you enjoyed the weekend. There's Philly Dan, obviously checking in from Philadelphia. Everybody stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Hello to young Colton. Colton, it's almost back to school time, isn't it? I know my grandsons, they returned to school Thursday. I don't know, I guess in recent years they've kind of had, I don't know if it was the whole COVID related or what it was, but when they return to classes, they kind of stagger. The first and second graders will go on Monday, third and fourth on Tuesday. The fifth graders starting back on Thursday. They kind of stagger things. Then next Monday, 1 week from today, it's everybody coming to school on the same day. I guess they're just kind of staggering things to have more opportunity for the kids, especially the younger ones, the kindergartners, first graders, to kind of learn their way around, get settled in. All right, who else here? Rolling toward news break here in short order. Hillbilly Tech's on board, ringing the cowbell down along I-75 there. Good morning to Deborah. A nice morning here in Indiana with 70 degrees. Hope everyone stays safe out there tonight, especially my special driver who's on his way to Tennessee tonight. Have a great day. All right, safe travels out there. Copy in the mail. There you go. Rolling in the rocking chair tonight, huh? You off 5-7? Your night off? Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. There's Larry this morning. It's Pappy checking it with 71 degrees here in southwest Hamilton County. Monday. Actually, it's my Friday, he says. But y'all be safe. Hammer down. IRS possibly going to hire 87,000 new armed IRS agents. You better pay those taxes, folks. I'm just saying. We talked about that last week. Yeah, I mean, yeah, armed and must be willing to use deadly force if necessary. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. Right now, 96 degrees here in Sacramento. Last night, it was the Air Supply concert in Reno. Tonight, it's Brazilian Drum Circle in Sacramento. Santa Claus out. Hope you're enjoying that there. All right, Santa Claus, Air Supply. Yeah, that's... Now, you took the wife to that, right? You didn't want to go see Air Supply, did you? It's the better half. You just had to accommodate her. I hear you. Robert checks in. Hello, Mr. Sommers. You just made my night. C3K, morning from Morning View, Kentucky this morning. Tank checking in. Morning, Steve. Happy anniversary, by the way. We've got 84 here in Memphis tonight. And one more we'll get to before our news break. It's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 73 at this hour. Had a good afternoon with the stepson and his kids. It took him some homemade chili. Yeah, and the adults and spaghetti for all. Girls wanted to go out and shoot some hoops, so we played pig. And, of course, I let the oldest win. The 2-year-old grandson doesn't like to share his ball. So, hey, that's the way kids are, right? Happy anniversary. I'm taking some time off. Going to be going to the Braves-Mets game Tuesday with some friends. Can't wait for that. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, enjoy a few days off there. Buckeye Boy, good to have you on board. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The FBI seized 11 sets of classified documents when it conducted the search on former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate earlier this week. Representative Adam Schiff says he's concerned about the lack of security these documents had.
If the Trump people represented that they provided all the classified or national security information and didn't, that's a serious problem.
It's pretty ugly in Mexico.
The State Department is telling American citizens in Mexico to shelter in place due to fires, roadblocks, and police activity in several towns in the Mexican state of Baja California. The towns include Tijuana, Mexicali, and Rosarito. Gang violence erupted there late Friday and early Saturday, the U.S. consulate asking citizens to take multiple steps to protect themselves, including seeking secure shelter, monitor local media for updates, and be aware of their surroundings. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. So, obviously, phone lines are open. It's a Monday morning, so plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Some of our other friends checking in. Pappy says, lobster, what the hell? Yes, been a long time, huh? And there's Sylvester, pretty much saying the same thing. Lobster, welcome back, buddy. Let's see, Buckeye Boy, good to hear from Lobster other than on Facebook. And Sylvester said, Sean, otherwise a.k.a. the Blue Racer. That name doesn't ring a bell. I don't think he had called the program. Blue Racer was a good guy, he says. All right, and Gary Neiman, yeah, that kind of floors me. I got an email from him fairly recently, so obviously it's been more than a week ago because he passed away last week. But yeah, sorry to hear that. Hello to Norman, checking in from Loveland, Colorado, with 68 degrees, clear skies tonight. Over 5 inches of rain today in Estes Park, and it came down in about 2 hours' time. See, that's that slow-moving system. We're going to give you more on that, this low-pressure system that's brewing in the plains. Stage is set for heavy flooding rains over portions of the central U.S., the Mississippi River Valley, in the next several days here. Meanwhile, Josh is on board, the garbage-throwing daddy, checking in. Great way to start the morning off with an OG like Lobster. Hope everybody has a great shift. Drive safe out there tonight. You got it? Morning, Steve. Just saying hello from north of Columbus at the rest stop here. 67 degrees right now. There you go. Heat wave is on board. Morning from the Hacienda in New Mexico tonight with clear skies. 68 degrees there as well. There's our old friend, the Rainmaker from Thailand checking in. How about that? Yeah, several stories that are connected to one story. I think you sent me the links to those. Illegals, panhandling at McDonald's. That was Chattanooga this past day, or over the weekend at some point in time. Buses letting illegals out at truck stops in small cities before they reach their ultimate destination. Yeah, they're kind of dropping them off. Updates on all these will be forthcoming. Polio in the wastewater in New York. Wow, yeah, that's in the news as well. You know, there's a lot of illegals in New York. Obviously a sanctuary city. So how are you going to solve this when the illegals are protected? Maybe the left will finally open their eyes for the truth about these illegals. Yeah, all those details coming up here. First, let's get to our travelers' weather. What do we have going on? Let's start with our feature in the central states, the heavy rain emerging out of the Rockies as we close out the weekend, gradually pulling in moisture and energy from the north and west as it tracks over the central states. Forecasters are monitoring for organized thunderstorm activity that may erupt along and ahead of the storm's associated front. This system, though, is poised to develop on the eastern side of a strong ridge over the center of the United States. That ridge is going to allow storms to develop and nearly stall out over a northwest to southeast portion of the country, stretching from South Dakota and western Iowa all the way down into northern Arkansas and far western Tennessee. But the gradual movement, the slow movement of these storms from Monday to Wednesday will allow for a greater risk of flooding issues across southern Missouri, northeast Arkansas, western Tennessee. Now, areas of South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, far eastern Kansas, even western Illinois, western Kentucky, northwestern Mississippi will all face the threat of drenching thunderstorms here in the first half of this week. Clusters of thunderstorms that organize across the Central Plains and the Mississippi River Valley early this week may be accompanied with some gusty winds, complexes of strong to even some severe thunderstorms along that front cannot be ruled out as the energy kind of plunges southeast and begins to tap into moist air from the Gulf of Mexico. Now, areas that are at risk for some of these torrential downpours early this week, stretching all the way from here, South Dakota, Sioux City, Iowa, Springfield, Missouri, Memphis, Tennessee. Other metro areas that can receive rainfall anywhere from 2 to 4 inches will be from Omaha, Nebraska, St. Louis, and Kansas City, Missouri. Forecasters tell us that the eastern portions of South Dakota, western Iowa, the rural countryside of Missouri, and parts of the Ozarks will be the areas most likely picking up rainfall amounts upwards of 4 inches. Now, while 2 to 4 inches of rain over a 48-hour span may not seem like much for most people, that's enough rain to lead to rapidly rising water levels over very parched ground, especially if the bulk of this rain falls in a few hours, like we saw there in Estes Park this past day, 5 inches in like 2 hours' time. Anyway, as the heavy rain spreads across the Central Plains, the Mississippi Valley, it may actually bring some relief for areas that are experiencing drought right now. Some parts of this region, like St. Louis and far western Kentucky, were actually hit hard with flooding rain just last week. So those areas undoubtedly more susceptible to flooding. Other areas could actually use some rain. Most of Arkansas and southern Missouri is experiencing at least moderate drought, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor. There along the southern flank of this storm, hot, dry air will be in place. Portions of the southern plains and the south central USA, where our daytime highs Yeah, still, we're talking 100 to 105 degrees for Kansas, Oklahoma, and northern Texas once again early this week. So still in the grips of summer there. Now, the sweltering temperatures, you kind of hone in on parts of Oklahoma and northeastern Texas by Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. You get the clash of those two conflicting air masses. That sparks some of those stronger storms along that frontal boundary. All right, it is 844-3388. Who else checking in? Hey, Billy the Kid sends me an update this past day. Hello, Steve and the radio family out there. Just want to check in and give everyone an update on my progress. After 2 more surgeries and enough screws and plates to build a gazebo, they're finally convinced that everything will heal up and I will return to near normal. Doctor said I'll probably lose some dexterity in my ankle. I may or may not have full sensation of feeling due to the excessive trauma and nerve damage. But I wanted to thank you and all the listeners out there for your thoughts and the prayers for those who donated to the GoFundMe page. This is going to be an unbelievably tough time for me physically and emotionally. And I've got to mention Big Moose. Steve, how many friends do you know who would drop everything to help a man, to keep him from losing his home and his business, and not even bat an eye? And considering I've only known him for a year and a half, he doesn't owe me anything. I didn't realize people like that actually really existed. We only met up because of your show. I had no idea when I first stopped by his place just to chat that he'd become such a wonderful friend and mentor. But Steve, what he's doing is more than anyone has ever done for me. My own family wouldn't do what Big Moose is doing right now. I called him Sunday to thank him again, and I'll be honest, I got completely choked up and kind of overwhelmed, couldn't hold back the tears. That's when Moose said, and I quote, "Easy there, Tammy Faye, suck it up or call Dr. Phil. I ain't got time to babysit a blubbering-ass truck driver." Oh, my, can't thank him enough. Seriously, though. My other driver called me and said, "Who's this guy you got calling the shots here?" I told him to do whatever Moose says. Don't piss him off. I told Rock and Ray, that's my other driver, Moose has forgotten more about the trucking industry than we'd learn in 100 years. Moose also informed me that the changed things up with my broker, and my trucks are now making considerably more money per mile. He also told me I got to get my hazmat endorsement, which I was planning to do anyway, but I'm laying here and I can rest knowing I got the best guy in the trade handling my business. And if it hadn't been for Steve Sommers, I would have never met the man. So good night to all. Have a great show, and everybody stay safe. Billy the Kid, that's great to hear. Thank you so much, Billy. It is 844-844-3388. We'll return into this Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, here we are on a Back to Work Monday. Hello to Tom Kelly, Houston, Texas, with TNCRadio.live. He said, happy Monday, if there is such a thing. I hear you. Hope you and the family are doing well tonight. As promised, it was a stormy weekend here in Houston and along I-10. Just an update, we should have some details on our new contest in the next day or two. Got to work it up the final numbers. We'll be starting out on or right about Labor Day, which it's hard to believe that's just a couple weeks away. Wow. Anyway, well, expect at least $1,000 a day for winners with our contest coming up here. Coming up 5 a.m. Eastern Time when we wrap up the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Stick around on TNCRadio.live. Hear the Truckers Radio Show with Stan Campbell. It's the best in country music, trucking news, and more than a few laughs. Then catch a special edition of the Truckers Network Radio Show with Shelley Johnson this morning. And then we're off and running with Heavy Duty Parts Report, the morning grind, and all that good stuff. Remember, we're 24/7 on TNCRadio.live, and that always includes the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. There you go, coming up later this morning. All right, about 10 before the hour. Chatting there with Lobster about the crazy people. Yeah, Friday morning we were discussing the incident that had transpired Thursday with the individual trying to breach the FBI building here in Cincinnati, Ohio, that ended with a chase which ensued up Interstate 71, a multiple-hour standoff, and ultimately the demise of the lunatic. There's crazies out there. And as Lobster mentioned, the warning going out, yes, there's a lot of chatter, threats. The whole raid on Mar-a-Lago has stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest. And for some of the mentally unstable people out there in this country, which there's a ton of them on all sides of the spectrum. It's not all right-wing, it's not all left. It's just there are individuals that subscribe to all kind of crazy. I'm assuming that's what unfolded this past day in the U.S. Capitol Sunday morning. The info that we have at this point, a man ramming his car into a barricade in front of the U.S. Capitol early Sunday morning, according to Capitol Police. A suspect got out of his car as it burst into flames and began randomly firing a gun before ultimately turning the gun on himself. In a statement, Capitol Police said the suspect drove his car into a barricade at East Capitol Street and 2nd Street just after 4 o'clock in the morning, Sunday morning. While exiting his car outside the Capitol, the vehicle became engulfed in flames. Suspect then fired several shots into the air. A Capitol Police officer started approaching the gunman, at which point he shot himself. No one else injured in the incident. I've got the copy of the entire Capitol Police statement, which pretty much doesn't have a whole lot more in it, but It's not very long. Just after 4 a.m., a man drove his car into the vehicle barricade. While the man was getting out of his car, became engulfed in flames, fired several shots into the air along East Capitol Street. When our officers heard the sound of gunfire, they immediately responded and were approaching the man when he took his own life. Nobody else hurt again. At this time, it does not appear the man was targeting any members of Congress who were actually on recess, and it does not appear officers fired their weapons. Our investigators are looking into the man's background. D.C. Metro Police is handling the death investigation. But people kind of stirred up out there. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Always Moving is on board. Good morning. How was your weekend?
Oh, it was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Had a nice bike ride and just a really nice weekend. Got caught up with a couple of friends and made use of my new free time. So I loved it.
That's
How was yours?
Good. Had a wonderful weekend. Anniversary. Went out. Of course, the princess, she wanted to have her roosters there Friday night. We did the Red Lobster for anniversary dinner. That was her pick. She wanted to go to Red Lobster. So, yeah.
Oh, I thought maybe you would go to the grape vineyard, the wine vineyard place.
I suggested
you
that.
like that.
I suggested that to her, and she said, "I'd love to, but I don't want to cook for myself." They've got this, grill your own kind of thing. I think I've explained that a few times over the years. Where, if you get the steak dinner, they've got all the sides and whatnot, like a buffet style, but you can choose your steak or your shrimp or whatever, and they've got this massive grill, charcoal grill. You cook your own, because that way you can't complain that it's underdone or overdone, and you did it yourself,
I think that's a neat idea. I don't know. I mean, she didn't have to peel the potatoes, so what's the problem? But, oh, well.
I guess she didn't want to stand over the hot. That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah. That's what's important, is she gets what she wanted. So the gentleman that was injured, that had all the surgeries, I remember when that accident was originally called in, and I was hoping that someone would figure some way out to donate towards him. And I heard the letter you read or the email about there is a GoFundMe page for him. Can you please email me that information so that I can donate to it? I'm assuming it is still active.
I presume. I shared that on my Facebook page, I guess a couple weeks ago. I'll scroll down and see if I can find the link to that.
Yeah, because I don't have Facebook or anything like that, and so I didn't know. But I definitely, at the time I heard it, I thought, well, I want to send something to that gentleman, because that's just a real tragedy. And as I'm driving along here, I'm thinking, how do I make a superhero cape that has Big Moose on it? Because, he can sing, he can write songs, he makes prosthetic arms, he, helps people when they're ill. And I also thought how fortunate was his wife to have had such a wonderful husband. I know she's been gone a little over a year now, but wow, how lucky was she to have gotten to marry him and or whatever. But I've not met the man, but I would certainly hope I could pick him out from somewhere, and just sounds like he's just truly drops everything to help everybody whenever they need it. So I thought, well, I don't want to put BM for Big Moose on it. I thought, well, I'd have to write the words Big Moose and put that on the cape and do it blue with like yellow and red letters, and make him a superhero cape so he could wear that around or hang it in his truck or something, or maybe just, I don't know, some kind of a superhero something or other for him. I know he probably does not want the accolades, but that's how I envision him. So that's about it. I have, I don't know, did I tell you about getting to meet my daughter's new family out in Idaho when I went out to visit her?
I don't recall.
I don't know. Okay. So I knew there was somebody in the picture. And anyway, so she's married this fella, and he came with 5 children. And I got to go out and meet everybody. And I got called Grandma for the first time ever. And I got to tell you, I'm loving it. And I had been sending packages of decorated cake or cookies and gifts and whatnot for them, and, you know, learning about them from my daughter and trying to get to know them. And I had always just signed it, your friend in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent them, like, last year in the fall, I put together a great big Ohio State package with actual Buckeyes I collected along the bike trail. And I got T-shirts for everybody and some paper plates and that were Ohio State napkins and a popcorn popper and bowls. And I just put everything together and made it this big scarlet and gray package of Ohio State stuff and sent to them with the history. I put a lot of trivia in there about Ohio State.
Yeah.
And just anything. And they're 5, 10, 11, 14, and 19, the one that did the run. And then the 20-something-year-old lives on her own. But anyway, it was just fun to meet them. And I got out there, and they're calling me Grandma. And she said, now, Grandma, do this with Grandma. And I worked with decorating cupcakes and decorating a cake with them. And I got to do Grandma things. That was a lot of fun. I really loved that. So that was part of the neat part of my trip, was getting to be a grandma for the first time. And, I was concerned when she first moved to Texas years ago. Everybody said, well, why don't you move to Texas? And I said, because I'm not going to chase her around the country, and she might not stay in Texas.
Uh-huh.
And now she's moved to Idaho. And I said, once she gets established, we'll think about it. And I tell you, when I was out there, I didn't realize how lonely I was at my farm until being out there and being around them and playing the grandma role and fly fishing with the boy and everything. And I thought, well, let's go look at some property around out here. It's amazing how much fun being a grandparent can be. It was my first time to do it. So, but I'm still here. Property out there is just as expensive as it is anywhere else. But I'm going to go back next year and visit again. But I have been kind of gently saying, well, gosh, he makes such pretty ones. Why don't the two of you make some pretty ones too?
There you go.
So we shall see. We shall see. But anyway, that's about all I have for tonight. I just wanted to check in and say hi. And if you can email me that information, that'd be great. I would really appreciate it. And I will drop some money in there to help support a worthy cause.
I know you've emailed me before, and I maybe if you could just send me a hello or something.
One.
Yeah, so yeah. I can respond to that with the link.
Sure, no problem. We'll do that. Well, you have a great night, and I'm glad she had a good anniversary. You too.
Thank you so much. Always moving. Have a great morning. All right, there you go. We hit the 1 o'clock hour, close out hour number 1. We've got clear lines. It's a Monday. There you go. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The FBI seized 11 sets of classified documents when it conducted the search on former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate earlier this week. Representative Adam Schiff says he's concerned about the lack of security these documents had.
If the Trump people represented that they provided all the classified or national security information and didn't, that's a serious problem.
It's pretty ugly in Mexico.
The State Department is telling American citizens in Mexico to shelter in place due to fires, roadblocks, and police activity in several towns in the Mexican state of Baja California. The towns include Tijuana, Mexicali, and Rosarito. Gang violence erupted there late Friday and early Saturday, the U.S. consulate asking citizens to take multiple steps to protect themselves, including seeking secure shelter, monitor local media for updates, and be aware of their surroundings. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Facing prison time and dire personal consequences for storming the U.S. Capitol, some January 6 defendants are trying to profit from their participation in the deadly riot, using it as a platform to drum up cash, promote business endeavors, and boost social media profiles. The Nevada man, jailed on riot charges, asked his mom to contact publishers for a book he was writing about the Capitol incident. A rioter from Washington State helped his father hawk clothes and other merchandise bearing slogans such as "Our House" and images of the Capitol building. And a Virginia man released a rap album with riot-themed songs and a cover photograph of him sitting on a police vehicle outside the Capitol, January 6, 2021. The man's in custody after firing his gun at Canberra Airport in the Australian capital city. Police Detective Dave Kraft says the suspect fired 5 rounds in the departures area.
The firearm has been secured. We do not believe that there were multiple weapons at this time.
There were no reported injuries. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
It's the 21st century, and we're talking about polio.
Health officials are urging people in New York City to be proactive after polio was found in wastewater samples. The disease was largely eradicated in the United States, but now it's believed to be circulating in the Big Apple once again. Dr. Mary Leahy, CEO of the Bon Secours Charity Health System, told CBS News that people need to take steps to make sure that it doesn't spread.
If we can go back to having very, very high standards with regard to making sure that people are vaccinated and making sure that the immunization rates are better. That's our best method of protection.
The overall polio vaccination rate in New York is 86% among children 5 and under. Officials are concerned about some city zip codes where fewer than 2/3 of kids have received the polio vaccine. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
With the shortage of monkeypox vaccine in the United States, many U.S. residents are flocking to nearby Canada to get vaccinated. This man says when he first got there, he realized he wasn't the only one who thought of it. The line was quite long.
It was like 4 blocks long. So I just turned around and left.
Many Californians fear the big one, but it might not be what you think, a mega flood. A new study by Science Advances shows climate change has already doubled the chances of a disastrous flood happening in California in the next 4 decades. And experts say it would be unlike anything anyone alive today has ever experienced. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Round number 2 off and rolling here on a Monday. Hello to Todd Wheeler. Just tuned in. Hope you're all doing well. Everybody have a great week. Yeah, because it's back to the old grind. I hear you. Kevin is on board this morning. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. How about those cooler temperatures there in the Northeast? Are you enjoying that? Little taste of fall in the air? According to AccuWeather, the tumbling temperatures over the weekend may be here to stay. Canadian air combined with a rare nor'easter could keep it feeling like September in the Northeast well into next week. Yeah, we saw temperatures take a nosedive across the interior Northeast on Saturday morning. Cities like Rochester, New York, and Pittsburgh dropped down to about 50 degrees. Lowest temperatures since back in early June. And though those are temperatures more akin to late September, not mid-August. There were some areas in Pennsylvania and New York that even dropped into the 40s for a couple of hours Saturday morning. Now, right on through early this week, the fall-like conditions are expected to persist, they tell us. Much of the region forecast to have highs at low to mid-70s or maybe lower 80s at best. Even more noticeable than the cooler air is that lack of humidity, especially over the weekend. Yeah, dew points are commonly in the upper 60s, lower 70s. As they were earlier this month, they dropped into the 50s over the weekend, so much more comfortable when you step outdoors. But there's a storm developing across the mid-Atlantic today, Monday, that will allow for showers across the southern half of the Northeast and thunderstorms in cities like Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. Yeah, high pressure is expected to keep northern New England dry at least for Monday. But what we're monitoring is where this storm could go as it moves off the coast into Tuesday. As this week progresses, they say, the track and the position of this storm will determine how wet it's going to get in New England, including cities like Hartford, Connecticut, and Boston there. One likely possibility is for an actual nor'easter to develop off the coast. A nor'easter, it's not common to talk about nor'easters this time of year. Yeah, large storm that aptly is named for the strong northeasterly winds they produce. Now, while these storms can bring some of the biggest impacts to the beaches in the Northeast when they occur, they're often also associated with a heavy helping of snowfall based on the time of year that they're more common, which not typically in the month of August. Yeah, roughly 80% of nor'easters occur between the months of October and April. So to get one in August, not very common at all. Now, they did add nor'easters can happen any time of year, but tendencies in the jet stream during the summer months make it very rare for these things to occur in the month of August. If the storm transitions into a nor'easter, wet weather is likely in much of the region, especially from Connecticut and Rhode Island northward into Maine. The New England beaches could experience some coastal erosion from the persistent winds through the middle of this week. Yeah, wet conditions could also bring cloud cover to much of the Northeast, which would delay the return of any widespread 80-degree days. So kind of a chance to maybe get out and enjoy some cooler weather over the next few days. Much of the Northeast has actually been kind of abnormally dry as of late. Yeah, as a whole, New England has been the hardest hit. Eastern Connecticut, southern Maine, in severe drought conditions, less than 50% of their normal rainfall since back in early June in those areas. Now, forecasters think it's less likely at this time that the storm could continue on a more easterly trajectory and end up missing New England. But should that happen, more opportunities for wet weather likely through the middle of the month here. But you're probably not going to see the return of 90-degree temperatures in the near future. That could mean for some, your summer heat, dog days of summer, may actually be gone in the books. All right, big weekend of racing action. Florence, Kentucky, Florence Speedway. Actually, it's Union, Kentucky, just south of Cincinnati, Ohio. But the North-South 100, actually a 3-day event. It was slated to be two $5,000 to win races Thursday night, two $5,000 to win Friday night, and the big $75,000 to win North-South 100 there Saturday night, which brought the fans out in mass. Thursday night, as I mentioned last hour, was rained out. But the big event, Jonathan Davenport rolling to his second career victory in the North-South 100 Saturday night at Florence Speedway, earning an event record $75,000 for the win to go along with his victory back in 2015. Defending race winner Brandon Overton tried to close the gap in the final 5 laps. Actually got within like 2 car lengths of Davenport, but Davenport would prevail by just over a 1 second ahead of Overton. Overton, who was trying to become the first back-to-back winner of this crown jewel event since Don O'Neill won back-to-back years 2012 and 2013. There's Dale McDowell, who ran second for several laps before actually finishing third behind his fellow Georgians. Georgia, the top 3 on the podium there. Ricky Thornton Jr. was fourth. Mike Marlar completed the top 5 drivers. Davenport and Chris Madden, who entered the weekend as the first and second ranked dirt late model drivers in the country, according to dirtondirt.com, that they've got their top 25 pulled. They started on the front row of the event before a packed grandstand. Unfortunately, Madden's night would end before the first lap was scored, as a broken J-bar entering turn 4 eliminated him from the race. Back underway, Davenport would cruise out to a commanding lead, lapping traffic, as Dale McDowell was closing the gap before a caution on lap 56. Cleared traffic for the race leader. On the restart there, Overton was able to get back around McDowell for second place, as Davenport was already starting to pull away from the field. But again, it was one heck of a race, with Overton trying to close the gap in those final laps. Everyone was on the edge of their seats. So big weekend there. Our number, 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Eagle this morning. Hey, how was your weekend, Eagle?
No, I'm down. I'm on the road, Steve. I'm down here in Trump country right now. Down here in Florida. Down here in Donald Trump country right now. Yeah, Steve. That's one of the main things I'm gonna talk about tonight, man. I couldn't really say what I wanted to say last week, but I've got more details on what's going on in this situation, and it's not good. You know something, Steve? The company I drive for, we have a satellite radio in my truck. And, I just wanted to listen in on CNN television, because I can listen to CNN TV on my radio. And I just turned my dial to CNN as I was driving today, Steve, and I almost drove off the road. Like I said before, I've told you several times, you and your listeners, not to listen to this program, and now I see why I said that. It's a shame what they're saying about Donald Trump on CNN, Steve. It's really embarrassing. They're talking the worst of the worst. They're talking about this man had top secret information about missile technology, information about bunkers, you name it. they said Donald Trump had it at his house. It's a damn shame what they said. And, you know, they basically already got Donald Trump placed in jail. They got him not being involved in the race in 2024. That's exactly what those losers want on that channel, Steve. This is, you know, it's just like a kid in a candy store with these losers on CNN. It's just sickening. Like I said, I had to turn the radio off. It was so disgusting what these people were saying, because all of it's nothing but a joke, Steve. These people are looking for a frame job, just like I heard several other people say on the people that really know what's going on, people that have Donald Trump's back. We don't know. For all we know, Steve, that, like one guy said, the FBI could have easily planted stuff in Trump's house. They could have planted some stuff in there to make, like I heard one guy say, if he didn't do nothing wrong, the FBI can make it where he did. That's because I don't have no trust in the FBI at this point, Steve, to come up with whatever they determine Donald Trump have. I ain't gonna believe it until I see the facts and the proof of myself. I'm not listening to nothing that the FBI got to say. Yeah, you know something, Steve? Here's what really the biggest joke of the whole deal is guess what? Wait a minute, I ain't even call him Mr. This guy that he calls himself the president, the empty suit, he had the nerve to say that he didn't know anything about the FBI going into Trump. He didn't get the okay, that he didn't have nothing to do with it. And that's the biggest lie. Out of all the lies that guy has told since he's been in the White House, that's probably the biggest one he ever told. Because I promise you, Joe Biden knew what the FBI was planning on doing. What'd you say?
I think I don't think there's any way that they couldn't have notified Biden about it. I think you're right.
Yeah, that's nothing but a lie. Biden knew it. He okayed it. And you know what another embarrassment was, Steve, and how I know this was all planned out with Donald Trump? I got two things that's like a slap in the face for Donald Trump, basically in his face. First, they said that Hillary Clinton was wearing a baseball cap, saying that something about emails and all the emails that she deleted. You want to talk about breaking into somebody's house? The Clintons, their house should have been with him. The FBI should have been went into Bill and Hillary Clinton's house a long time ago and searched that place from top to bottom. But they never went in there and looked at no emails, no cell phones, no nothing on the Clintons, and we both know why. Second of all, the last person in the world, Steve, out of all the people in America, the last person that needs to even get a free ride on Air Force One is Hunter Biden. And can you believe that Hunter Biden had the nerve just a couple of days ago, had the nerve to get aboard Air Force One with his father? And this man, you want to talk about another man, Steve? The FBI ain't never been to Hunter Biden. When they gonna investigate good old Hunter Biden? When the FBI gonna bust into his house and check out there in Malibu where he's staying at the taxpayers' expense? When they gonna go out there to Malibu and take a look at Mr. Hunter Biden? But then, like I say, none of these things are gonna take place, Steve, until we get the Republicans back into power. You and I both know that we're facing a deck of cards that's definitely not in our favor. And here's one thing my grandfather told me, Steve. Here's one thing, that whoever gets in the White House, whether it's Republican or not, I hope they pay the favor back to the Democrats when they get back in the White House in 2024. And I hope they send the FBI to Joe Biden's home, the Clinton's homes, and any other Democrat that decided to screw over Donald Trump in the last couple of years. Hopefully the cards will turn and the FBI will be paying a visit to Mr. Joe Biden's house. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Hey, thank you for checking in, Eagle. Have a great weekend. I'm sorry, great week as we close out the weekend. It's a Monday morning. Yeah, it's 844-844-3388. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder, Andy Matoush, firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we've got clear lines this Monday morning. What's on your mind? Hey, 1 week from now, it will be underway. Actually, next Sunday, it all kicks off. And if you think you might have some issues with your brakes, yeah, trust me, this week would be a good week to address those issues, because Brake Safety Week kicks off next Sunday, the 21st, through Saturday, the 27th. And they will be out there in force, checking those brakes. Enforcement officials inspecting commercial vehicles throughout that week. Obviously, vehicles found to have out-of-service violations or other critical out-of-service inspection item violations will be restricted from traveling until those violations are corrected. Vehicles that pass the inspections may receive a past inspection CVSA decal. But you look back, during last year's Brake Safety Week, more than 35,750 commercial vehicles were inspected. Now, I think it's, pretty good news that nearly 90% of the vehicles inspected did not have brake-related critical inspection violations. The number was actually 88%. Now, I guess the bad news is 12% of inspected vehicles were placed out of service because of critical brake-related violations. That's quite a few, isn't it? Inspectors, they tell us, will be paying special attention to brake hoses and tubing during this year's Brake Safety Week. According to the CVSA's news release, inspectors will look for missing, non-functioning, loose, contaminated, or cracked parts on the brake system, and non-manufactured holes such as rust holes or holes created by rubbing or friction, broken springs in the spring brake housing section of the parking brake. Obviously, they'll be listening for audible air leaks around the brake components and lines and ensure the air system maintains air pressure between 90 and 100 psi. All kicks off next Sunday. So, like I said, now's a good time to take care of getting those brakes inspected this week before you end up being placed out of service. Didn't didn't actually hear anything about this till I came across the story from CDL Life over the weekend. But the Port of Baltimore last week, truck drivers picketing outside the Port of Baltimore, protesting the high wait times with no pay. Yeah, more than a dozen independent truck drivers protesting last Thursday, according to WBAL there in Baltimore, saying that they wait hours to get loaded, all without pay. I feel that all the hours worked, all these hours should be paid because my truck's still running. I'm burning fuel. Yeah, my time is cost. I'm trying to operate a business here, according to one independent driver. I mean, it's costing losses for me and my family. I've got 5 kids, my household. I love my job. I love what I do, but I really don't like coming to the port because of these long waits that are uncompensated. You know, I'm working for free, essentially. Drivers went on to say the port is focused on unloading ships, not loading trucks. They hire more workers for the ships than they do for the drivers themselves. So the numbers they project, ship to shore, but not shore to door. Port of Baltimore has released a statement, didn't specifically address the concerns of these drivers, but they said over the past several months, U.S. East Coast has been experiencing a significant shift in vessel calls and volumes. This increase in volumes has put pressure on all aspects of our supply chain, workforces, and our region, which has led to a significant increase in dwell times, import and empty container volumes, and equipment shortages. Well, one driver, the organizer of this protest, says, hey, come to the table, negotiate an agreement with truck drivers. And this is not just Baltimore. This is all over the country at all of your terminals. All hours worked, all hours paid. And we want a process that handles disputes between drivers and management. We need some sort of a grievance progress, some sort of process. So again, that was going on last week. Don't know if they have plans to continue those protests in the future, but of course, we'll let you know as soon as we find out. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. An explosion at a fireworks storage area ripped through a market in the Armenian capital of Yerevan on Sunday, killing 2 people and injuring 60 others. That's according to the Armenia Emergencies Ministry. Clouds of smoke swamped the surrounding area after the blast, sending shoppers scurrying. No suspected cause was immediately reported. It's an early exit for rental help in Mississippi.
Mississippi will end its participation in the federal rental assistance program. The state still has $130 million in federal cash to run what's locally known as RAMP. Monday will be the last day to apply for assistance. Once the state finishes processing the remaining claims, ending the program is part of a larger agenda from Republican Governor Tate Reeves. He believes ending the program will encourage people currently receiving rental assistance to get back to work. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. It is 844-3388. That is our number. How about let's talk electric vehicles. We never talk about those, do we? Came across a piece from Jesse James. He says, I wrote this like 3 years ago, but it is 100% accurate today. He said, I'd like to start by saying electric cars and motorcycles can pretty much F off. Now that I've got that out of the way, let me explain exactly why. First and foremost, let's talk about the so planet-friendly Formula E racing series. Now, at first glance, you might think, well, that's clean. That's a clean form of racing. That must be the way of the future, right? Well, not so fast. Let's take a peek at what's really going on. The very first indication this might all be a bunch of BS is the 20 Cat diesel generators in the pits, running full throttle, charging the batteries for these cars. Each car uses two 550-pound lithium batteries per race. Now, these batteries put out 250 kW, kilowatt of power, have a maximum output of 54 kilowatt hours. On the high side of the average U.S. home, uses about 20 kilowatt hours of power per month. One Formula E car in one race uses 4 times that in 50 minutes. The recent Hong Kong race had 25 cars on the grid, using 50 550-pound lithium batteries in 50 minutes. That's a total of 2,700 kilowatt hours, or more than enough to power 10 homes for a month. That's a lot of juice. Also, the 5 power plants in Hong Kong are powered by diesel, coal, and gasoline. Whoopsie. Now let's take a look at these newfangled lithium batteries. All these big companies hawking electric cars and motorcycles would love you to believe that fossil fuel is so harmful and your electric power is so clean. That's pretty much what we hear, right? Yeah, over and over again. Well, it's actually the opposite, he explains. We're swapping a carbon monoxide problem that is fixable and controllable for a toxic lithium mining that kills wildlife, ruins the water table, and destroys agriculture. The mining process uses a ton of water, 1 million gallons of water per 2 metric tons of lithium. Each Tesla has 12 kilos of lithium. Now, in some South American countries like Chile, lithium mining uses almost 70% of that country's water supply. Now, also, if you're naive enough to think that there isn't a bunch of diesel-powered machinery used in that mining process, think again. These lithium batteries also leave a toxic footprint on the way out. Contamination of landfills, seeping into the water table. All right, so I know I've probably bored you with all these statistics, and you're wondering, what does this mean? Well, do your own research. If you look really deep, you can see the companies behind pushing all of this, quote, clean stuff are huge energy sellers. They want you to buy that electric power from them. And they want you to use a vehicle that sucks up that power. And don't forget the fact that they're selling power that's mostly made from coal or fossil fuels. So I guess my point in all this is if you really want to save the planet, don't buy a throwaway car with stopgap technology. Get a durable car that can be repaired and maintained and won't end up in the scrap heap in 5 to 7 years. Oh, one more point I forgot to mention was cars. Cars like the Tesla are mostly plastic. Help me out. Isn't that made from petroleum? Maybe we'll save that for another day, but I've talked about the lifespan of these batteries. Over the weekend, had my own experience. I got my Ryobi weed eater, the edger trimmer thing, which I'm guessing it's maybe about 5 years old now. Time does go by pretty quickly. I couldn't find a date on the label to see what year it was manufactured, but I plug in, trying to recharge my battery, and it starts making this weird flashing. So I start checking the chart there, and it's flashing defective. Battery will not charge, so it's kaput. All right, so let's get on the internet. Let's go to Amazon. How much is just a battery? This is the 40-volt Ryobi battery. That they're interchangeable with all the other 40-volt tools and whatnot. They're pretty convenient, right? Best I found was like $79 just to replace the battery. And I'm thinking, how much did I even pay for the tool, including the charger and the battery? I did some scouring. I mean, you can find them for $129, $139. So why would I pay $79 just for the battery? But anyway, did some more research. What is the life expectancy of one of these lithium-ion batteries? From the actual Ryobi website, it says Ryobi carries a standard 3-year warranty on their batteries. You could probably get a replacement even maybe a little over the 3-year mark, according to the website. But once your battery gets to 4 or 5 years old, that's pretty much the life expectancy. That's all you can expect out of them. So that's normal, and that's right in the time frame of the battery I'm talking about. I had no idea that those batteries go out so quickly. It's not like the kind of thing you're using every day. And cut the grass once a week. Summertime, hell, I've gone 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks at a time because things have been so dry. It's not like the battery's being used on a daily basis. Hell, if you used it, if you're one of these companies that actually do like the lawn work, I bet they go through a battery every summer because they're out there using them every day, day in and day out. Incredibly short lifespan. So, and then I'm thinking, all right, what do I know these batteries, when they become defective, they can start fires. So I took the darn thing outside. Do I throw it in the trash can? I don't think you're supposed to dispose of the darn things in the landfill. Just a point to ponder. Again, once they get past about 4 years old, that's it. Life expectancy. All right, back to your calls momentarily. Horse Feathers on board here on a Monday. Get the new week started. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, 37 $7 worth of diesel and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, primary season beginning to wind down. Got a few states. We touched on the handful of states that are yet to hold their primaries. And tomorrow, or Tuesday, I should say, Tuesday of this week, will be one of those primary days. And look who's on the list. Wyoming. Who is that? Oh, yeah. It's Liz Cheney gets to find out just how badly her ass will be beaten on Tuesday is the big question. Someone shared this past day that there are polls showing that she's like 30 points behind. You know, the repercussions of the vote to impeach Donald Trump, right? Liz Cheney's primary Tuesday will cap off a tumultuous year for this small band of House Republicans who broke from the party to impeach Donald Trump for the January 6th. And almost all of them will be gone when the next Congress begins in January. The 10 Republicans facing the wrath of Republican voters at home and what they call Trump's scorched earth revenge tour, in which he has endorsed Republican challengers in nearly every district to face off against these. The near final scorecard ahead of Cheney's tough upcoming race. 4 of the Republican impeachment voters actually opted to retire instead of running for re-election. Kind of saw the handwriting on the wall. Another 3 have lost in primaries to Trump-backed opponents, and just 2 advanced to the general election. Although one of them actually faces a very difficult race against a Democrat opponent. Now, they break down all 10 of them. I'm not going to bore you with all that. But Liz Cheney, of course, the one-time rising star among House Republicans, is pretty much staring down the end of her career in the chamber. After voting for Trump's impeachment and doubling down, joining the January 6th committee investigating the former number 3 House Republican was censured and removed from her leadership position. She also faces a massive uphill climb in her upcoming re-election this month. The latest poll from the Casper Star Tribune shows Cheney garnering just 30% of support compared to the Trump-endorsed opponent, Harriet Hagman's 52%. Just days before the primary, Cheney's campaign has tried to recruit Wyoming Democrats to actually cross party lines to vote for her. The irony of that, but the poll numbers are consistent with what Republican internal surveys have shown over the last year plus. The 55-year-old Cheney may not be done with politics, though, when she loses her seat. I mean, she's getting questions about a potential 2024 presidential bid. Oh, yeah, Liz Cheney. Okay. Don't bank on it. It'll just be interesting to see how badly she gets trounced here on Tuesday of this week. What do you say, Horse Feathers? How was your weekend?
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, it was good. We had a good weekend, kind of quiet, but not nothing. Everything was good. So we should wish you congratulations, you and the princess there, on your anniversary. So, anyways, there I think we got posted on there. Congratulations somewhere there, or either the wife or something there on the Facebook and everything.
Yep.
So
Yep.
and so anyways, when 2024 comes around, do you think Liz Cheney's going to have the letter in front of her name replaced with a D instead of an R?
Now, that's an interesting prospect.
Point to ponder. I mean, Joe Lieberman up there in, what was it, Vermont or New Hampshire there, he didn't have any problem, switching parties and going to liberal and independent and whatever party, was going to best benefit him, whatever letter in front of his name was going to do him the most good. He was a flipper. He'd flip whichever way the wind was blowing there.
Yeah,
so,
he did.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we should be careful how we're talking about him being a flipper. Isn't he like that Pete Buttigieg there, Mayor Pete? I'm just questioning. But anyways, I don't know. I think Eagle, I was listening to Eagle there earlier, and I don't know what's going to happen if the Republicans can get back in a little bit of power here. Do you think they're going to have the intestinal fortitude to be able to go after anybody, or do you think that they're afraid that if they start going after people, that the people they're going after might open up some closets and so show some of their own skeletons that they have that they don't want brought out? Their dirty laundry. I think that everybody down inside that circle down there, inside that Capitol Beltway circle, they all have their own dirty laundry to worry about, and their skeletons in their closets. And if they go poking at other people's, I think they're worried about the closet doors coming open and them finding out what's in theirs, And I think that was why the first 2 years that Trump was in office there, that he wanted to drain the swamp and try to make things better for the country. That if you remember the first 2 years, the Republicans wouldn't work with them until they ended up, with both houses. But so I don't know even if the Republicans take over, if you're going to see a major swing. You might be able to see a little status quo, but I don't expect to see the major a major swing that it would go the opposite way of what we got going right now. So they're all in the process down there of making the most money they've ever made with what they got going on. And as much as Republicans say they don't like it, you check their bank accounts and you see how much their bank accounts like it. So and if you know who they're out for, they're not out for the American people. They're all out for themselves down there. So I don't know, just not a good thing. And I think, as Moose says, we might be done circling the bowl and getting ready to be fighting going down through the trap here.
Down the main, he's the one who said we're in the main line.
Yeah, gone through the trap. So I don't know if we've quite made it that far, but I think we're struggling to get through the up and down there. We might be in the smelly section of the pipe here. But I don't know. What else we got going on? The deal down there in Baltimore. Well, everything I had going on last week, I wasn't around much to see any of the news there, so I didn't catch any of that. But yeah, so I actually had to, I don't know, did I tell you out here on the air that I had the guy that parks next to me back into the front of my truck?
You did mention that Friday morning, yeah. And how about your puppy? Is he home?
Yeah, puppy's doing good. He's home, so we got to wait for some test results on a mask that they took out of him, but he's doing good. So we'll see how all that goes. But yeah, he's back mobile and starting to recover from all that they. Oh, I tell you, this is the second time this year we've had to have him opened up. So I asked him if they just put in a zipper. It'd be a whole lot easier if they just installed a zipper or some Velcro or something.
Yeah.
So if you ever got to go back, you just unzip and do what you got to do and zip it back up like a coat, But anyways, I don't know. We'll see how all that goes. But as far as everything else, he's doing good, and so we're getting back out and mobile with him. So. But anyways, yeah, I had the slip seat with another guy's truck there last week, so we were running the truck almost 24 hours a day without shutting it off, and so I was working a little different schedule, trying to keep myself going, and so I missed most of the news. But down there in Baltimore, there's the Port of Baltimore. There, they got like 3 or 4 different sections. They all have different port names, and so anyways, there's as I say, there's like 3 or 4 sections, and for the most part, they don't open until 7 o'clock in the morning. I mean, when you deal with them, it's 7 o'clock in the morning, and you can't do anything until they're ready to let you do it. So anyways, the drivers that go down there and work down there now, I don't know if they're lease operators to the companies that haul the containers that are having the issue. I mean, if you go down there right now, they're already started to line up on the street to go in the gate. They're not, they're already lining up, getting ready to wait and start their morning day there. They'll have 100, 200 trucks lined up on the city street there, waiting for the gate to open at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
And if you talk to Q Ball hauls into that port his equipment, those Oshkosh Strikers and other stuff that goes overseas, and that's a different side of the port. And those people are the same way. 7 o'clock in the morning, open up, come in. Then you got to deal with an area to get your paperwork, get your bills, to be able to get a piece of equipment in there. And sometimes you got to wait till 8, 9 o'clock before you can even see those people. I had to push the cough button there for a second. Anyway, so there's nothing that gets done fast in the ports. And I guess the big thing is if you're an owner operator and have control over what you take the rate as, you have to take a rate that's according to going to be sitting at the port for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. And if the load you're bidding on, or taking from a broker or whatever, doesn't compensate you for that, then you got to turn it down. You gotta not take the cheap freight. You got to take freight that's going to pay you for the job you're doing. And if you're leased onto a company that's hauling containers, you got to make sure that in your contract that your work's going to pay you to sit there for that amount of hours. If not, then and you've accepted that you're going to go sit at the port and do the job, and no matter what the possibility is of you sitting and not sitting, then that's what you got to do. You want to continue this after the break? We can take a break and continue more if you want.
We got to take care of business, as you say, right? We're at the top of the hour. Yeah, close out hour number 2. Back to the old grind. A Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The FBI seized 11 sets of classified documents when it conducted the search on former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate earlier this week. Representative Adam Schiff says he's concerned about the lack of security these documents had.
If the Trump people represented that they provided all the classified or national security information and didn't, that's a serious problem.
It's pretty ugly in Mexico.
The State Department is telling American citizens in Mexico to shelter in place due to fires, roadblocks, and police activity in several towns in the Mexican state of Baja California. The towns include Tijuana, Mexicali, and Rosarito. Gang violence erupted there late Friday and early Saturday, the U.S. consulate asking citizens to take multiple steps to protect themselves, including seeking secure shelter, monitor local media for updates, and be aware of their surroundings. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Facing prison time and dire personal consequences for storming the U.S. Capitol, some January 6 defendants are trying to profit from their participation in the deadly riot, using it as a platform to drum up cash, promote business endeavors, and boost social media profiles. The Nevada man, jailed on riot charges, asked his mom to contact publishers for a book he was writing about the Capitol incident. A rioter from Washington State helped his father hawk clothes and other merchandise bearing slogans such as "Our House" and images of the Capitol building. And a Virginia man released a rap album with riot-themed songs and a cover photograph of him sitting on a police vehicle outside the Capitol, January 6, 2021. Man's in custody after firing his gun at Canberra Airport in the Australian capital city. Police Detective Dave Kraft says the suspect fired 5 rounds in the departures area.
The firearm has been secured. We do not believe that there were multiple weapons at this time.
There were no reported injuries. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
It's the 21st century, and we're talking about polio.
Health officials are urging people in New York City to be proactive after polio was found in wastewater samples. The disease was largely eradicated in the United States, but now it's believed to be circulating in the Big Apple once again. Dr. Mary Leahy, CEO of the Bon Secours Charity Health System, told CBS News that people need to take steps to make sure that it doesn't spread.
If we can go back to having very, very high standards with regard to making sure that people are vaccinated and making sure that the immunization rates are better. That's our best method of protection.
The overall polio vaccination rate in New York is 86% among children 5 and under. Officials are concerned about some city zip codes where fewer than 2/3 of kids have received the polio vaccine. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
With the shortage of monkeypox vaccine in the United States, many U.S. residents are flocking to nearby Canada to get vaccinated. This man says when he first got there, he realized he wasn't the only one who thought of it. The line was quite long.
It was like 4 blocks long, so I just turned around and left.
Many Californians fear the big one, but it might not be what you think, a mega flood. A new study by Science Advances shows climate change has already doubled the chances of a disastrous flood happening in California in the next 4 decades. And experts say it would be unlike anything anyone alive today has ever experienced. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. The top stories, kind of along the line of what we were just talking about. Can't take the cheap freight. We'll get to the breakdown from the report last week from the American Transportation Research Institute. It says trucking companies experienced unprecedented operational costs in 2021. Cost a lot more to run your business last year than it did the previous. Which I guess that would just highlight further. You can't take the cheap freight or you'll be out of business. Welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Thanks for holding me over, Your Honor. Absolutely. And do you want to know something? Those numbers from 2021, they're only going to go up for 2022. I mean, you know what right now I'm back to paying for the price of fuel what I paid in 2021. So pretty much everything I paid the end of 2021 up through 2022 to this point is just finally gotten back down to 2021 prices. So I was just looking back through the spreadsheet for the fuel costs from last year, and we're right about back where it was there, within 5-10 cents a gallon. So anyways, but yeah, so these drivers that are picketing the port, I guess it's the only place you're going to get recognition. I mean, the only place you're going to get recognition for doing it is in front of a location like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess the question is that the right location? Because for the most part, the people paying to have the freight moved are the brokers. And where do you go to protest the brokers? I mean, a broker could be working out of a hunting lodge up in Maine, or on a fishing boat down in Florida, or in the wintertime, maybe he's out there in one of them shanties fishing on one of the 1,000 lakes in Minnesota or something. You know, you could run a brokerage business. You know, all you need is a cell phone and a tablet or a laptop. You could be anywhere doing that. So to try to go find a broker to protest, I guess it's kind of hard. But I guess it goes back to, you kind of got to make sure you know what you're going to be doing when you go to do the job before you accept the job and what you're going to be paid for it. I mean that's kind of, I know when you start driving, you really got to take whatever you can get, because you got to pay your dues. You know, I paid my share of dues, paid a lot of dues, without any union benefits. But you know, once you get started into this business, it's not rocket science. It doesn't take a lot to figure out. And if you get a majority of the people that won't do crap work for free or for low pay, then that crap work and low pay has to be increased because nobody's doing it, and it's got to go. I mean, if freight sits on the dock long enough, it will pay to go down the road, even if they don't like it to. But you know, if it's got to go, then somebody will finally pay to move it. But I don't know what to say. I mean, I kind of work in a niche industry. There's a reason I do, is because I make sure I get paid for my time out here. You know, some days I don't think I'm getting paid enough for what I do, but I can look at what other people get paid and say I wouldn't stay out on the road all week long and all month long or 3 months long for what you do, for what I do get paid for what I do, and I go home every day. So I don't know. As I say, everybody's got to make their own choice of what they're doing. But I understand that if you're not happy, you need to complain a little bit. But you know, the other thing is I know the grass isn't always greener. There's a lot of places you can go to that aren't as good as where you're at. But maybe you got to look at going on. I don't know. So it's a hard situation to say, but there's a lot of things out there that really need to be changed. But it's a hard way to try to figure out how to make it happen. And as long as there's people willing to come in and do the work as cheaper than what you're doing it for right now, it won't change. So, and that's been the problem with the trucking industry for how many years now we've been talking? A lot more than we've been talking, isn't it? So, but But other than that, what else we got going on? Anything interesting, exciting? So
love our Mondays. Monday.
Yeah, I did see a guy I went to school with there. He's got two boys that are into racing down in North Carolina, and they're like in junior leagues or whatever you call it. They're running on asphalt, but they're above the go-karts and that. I mean, they're mid to late teenagers right now, so they're running some decent races. And his one boy's won 7 races in a row down there. And I think last year the circuit he ran, I think he won like 16 races in a row down there. So
wow.
So we'll have to see. There's got the last name of Opplinger. So we'll have to see if you see anybody watches any racing down there in North Carolina, South Carolina, and any of those minor league racing, series.
Yeah.
The name Opplinger, if you happen to see that come along. I went to school with those kids' fathers, so we'll see how all that works out. And I don't know, have you ever heard of a TV channel? I guess it's mostly an on-air channel called Cozy, C-O-Z-I, Cozy.
That one doesn't ring a bell.
All right, so supposedly they're a free on-air digital TV channel. There's still free TV out there. If you didn't want to be paying for the
right.
cable that you got, you could still be watching with your rabbit ears out there. I don't know. Did you ever get one of those digital decoder boxes when they came out for the rabbit ears? That you
yes, I mean I had it and used it for a while to finally. When did I break down and finally get cable? I think when the grandson was born. So it's been 10 years, but that's 10 years ago. Finally broke down and got the cable so he could watch his cartoons. Children's programming.
Yep. So anyways, but out there on the digital airwaves, and I guess there's a couple cable, and I'm not sure if Dish Network carries it, but Cozy TV, and they had a special on for the emergency show. You remember back from 72 to 76, there was a TV show called Emergency, and you had Johnny Gage and Roy DeSoto as paramedic.
Loved that show. Absolutely. I had the emergency board game when I was a kid.
There you go. I had the emergency lunchbox. So how about that? So anyways, FETV, Frank Edward TV, they actually show that 2 episodes every night there. I think Eastern time would be 10 to 11 and 11 to 12. They have 2 episodes on every night. And that's actually on DirecTV and a few other cable channels, I believe. So it's Frank Edward, FETV, they show. But anyways, this Cozy TV, there was a 50th anniversary. Now, we're 2022. That show debuted in 1972, Your Honor. 1972, so that would have made you about 7 to 8.
8 years old, right in that time frame. Yep.
So anyways, and it had a 6-season series, run, and so anyways, this Cozy TV did a 50th anniversary show. Talked to John Mantooth, and what was the other one there? Teague, Kevin Teague. They had them on, and there's still a couple of the other ones there that are still around. The one that did Mike Stoker, he's still there. Marco's still alive. The Captain Stanley, he's still alive. The character, the actor that played the character Chet, he just recently passed here in the last couple months.
Yep, I remember sharing that. Yep.
So anyways, they have this 50th anniversary on, and I figured, well, I'm going to go out and get me one of them digital antennas so I can see this. I went out and bought a $180 digital antenna from Best Buy. Figure it's get the best one, amplified, all this and that. Supposed to have a 100-mile range. Hook it all up, nothing. I get like 25 channels and no Cozy TV. I'm like, well, that just sucks. So we got a 15-day return policy on that, so it's all back in the box ready to go back to Best Buy. But, anyway,
I had that story last week about, matter of fact, people that are going back. Cutting the cable, going back to the free television. Actually, I saved that story. EW Scripps. That's actually a Cincinnati-based company that owns like 61 stations around the country. Yeah, they want you to come back to the free television. As inflation puts pressure on our budgets, everybody taking a closer look at what are we spending our money on? All these subscription streaming services. One way to bring the cost down is going back to the original TV technology, over-the-air antennas, capturing the broadcast without a connection to a cable box. No satellite dish, no internet connection. Yeah, the monthly price for watching is the same as it was when RCA chairman David Sarnoff flipped the switch on the first commercial television station in 1939 at the World Fair. Same price. Yeah, free TV. But they pointed out many Americans who grew up with the cable television don't even realize free over-the-air broadcasting even exists or understand how it works. And EW Scripps wants to change that. They're spending $20 million this year on an unusual education and marketing campaign to help people understand that there's still over-the-air antennas where you can watch free TV. This month, Scripps launched a website called thefreetvproject.org. You can type in your zip code, learn what stations you can actually get for free in your area with an antenna. In Los Angeles, the nation's second largest television market, antenna users can receive more than 160 free broadcast channels. You know, that's something that's changed a lot here in recent years as well. You used to have your ABC, your NBC, your CBS, and I remember when Fox came into existence, or the UHF channels first came online. But now you've got your main channel, and then they've got sometimes 3, 4, and 5 additional channels under that free signal out there. All right, get a quick timeout. 5-7 coming up next. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to the calls here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend, all that fun stuff. 5-7 on board. What's happening?
Oh, wonderful. I had, oddly enough, I've got a grandson currently, at least when I left the house, trying to hook my TV up to the HughesNet, Wi-Fi, Netflix and all like that. And I said, don't you have to pay for that, grandson? He said, it didn't matter. He said he was paying for it. So
okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing the over-the-air thing all along. Whenever everybody went digital, I got the box, hooked it up. Everybody said, you're going to have to get the analog or get the digital
converter
antenna.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, got the converter, but I didn't get the antenna. I still got the analog antenna up there, an old metal, pole up alongside the house. And, Lord, I get just that alone coming out of Augusta, Georgia. I get like 20, 25, 26 channels, and, there's, more there to watch than you got time to watch it. So, here goes. So, my sister, I told her, you ought to get a TV because she was upset with her cable because she couldn't get local weather and all like that. I said, well, put a small TV on your back porch, pull out the rabbit ears. And sure enough, there you go. She had her local news out there where she could have her coffee in the morning. So, now, how do you feel about Adam Schiff worried about what they found in Trump's collection?
Adam Schiff, okay.
I don't have to say no more.
Yeah.
Just that's not. There's a man that you can depend. You know why? Just why can you get thrown in jail for lying to Congress, but clearly an absolute liar? And that's not being disrespectful to the office. That's who he is. He's an absolute liar, getting away to lying to the American people. It's amazing to me. And, I just want to cover this. When I typed in this morning, rocking chair is when your old talk is used to come up, get in amongst them, and you didn't have to worry about what was going on up front because you had guys up front on the TV talking away and watching for the bears up front, and you still had you guys in the back, and you didn't have to worry about the bears sneaking up from behind. So that was the rocking chair. But other than that, interesting, isn't it? Polio in New York. Hey, we've been saying this all along. We're going to have we're going to have 3 million by the end of this year coming across the border.
Yeah.
And it's not because we don't want them to come in. We want them to come in legal. It's, you get tested to keep these diseases from coming back and getting us. So I guess we just have to sit back and wait. And even above Adam Schiff, I finally got to see Mitch McConnell. He was down there in Kentucky and doing his business. And that's what he should have done. But to watch his face when they asked his opinion about the raid on Donald Trump's house, it was just the anger on his face, the pure hatred coming out of that man. And I don't care what you say, Trump gave him more power than he ever had. When he got in office, it just amazes me that nobody's going to say, is it safe for us to have you and your wife having them shipping interests and all that business in China that are clearly a hostile government? How can we be sure that you're making the right decisions for the American people? Somebody, please stand up and ask this man a question. We've got to clean up the Republican House before we worry about the Democrats, because they're actually doing exactly what we expect them to do. But, Lord, I'll tell you, somebody earlier said, get them, Eagle said, yeah, we'll get in there, we'll get things done. If we get in there and everybody sobers up the next day, and then, 2 weeks down the line, there's Mitch McConnell saying, I got the power now. I got control of this. We'll work it out. Here we go again. I guess it won't happen until he's made his money. He's going to make even more, and he don't care if there is only, by the time he's out of there, a one-party system in this country. And that's where we're getting pretty close to doing it. So. And listen, this country is not down the pipe. It's nowhere close to the bowl. As long as there's Steve Sommers overnight drive, I guarantee you, as long as we got conservative talk shows, because they're going to shut us up first. Before they do any of that, they're going to have to shut up all conservatives. And they're trying anybody that's a Trump supporter. But as long as we got freedom of speech, and that's the other thing. I'm fed up with talking about things. Guess what? People started talking after they violated Trump's home. Even people on the left. You had all kinds of people talking, and things were starting to get done, because there's one thing that the politicians are afraid of, and that's the American people and their votes. Other than that, we're going to sit back in the rocking chair and enjoy the rest of the show.
5-7 out. There you go. Yep. News break just around the corner here. Georgia, Dade County. That's that first little county up there in northwest Georgia, I believe. Right next to Walker County, right? Dade Sheriff intervening when a bus driver tried to drop off a bunch of illegals at a truck stop in his county, rather than taking the passengers to their destination, which was none other than Washington, D.C. Dade County Sergeant Chad Payne shared the details of how officers rerouted the bus. He said it's just not humane to drop somebody off in the middle of nowhere and expect them to fend for themselves. Of course, Washington, D.C.'s mayor recently wrote a letter to the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, requesting for the second time that 150 National Guard members be deployed to D.C. to assist with the arrival of these bus loads of illegals. Thousands of migrants, some of whom have been bused from Texas, have arrived in D.C. in recent months. Now, with Texas bearing the brunt of the president's catastrophic failure, in April, I directed the Texas Division of Emergency Management to begin busing migrants to D.C. That was Governor Abbott, of course, that implemented that policy. He wrote an op-ed on Thursday. Payne said that he'd been receiving calls about migrants being dropped off at a truck stop, and actually got a call from a local gas station about another bus arriving. He said officers arrived just before the bus was about to depart. According to Payne, the driver was encouraging the migrants to walk to Chattanooga and told them it was just a short walk. Well, technically speaking, for these migrants that walk from the southern Mexico border, Guatemala, I mean, they're obviously not walking all the way. They're hitching a ride, jumping on a train, or whatever they can, try to make. But a 20-mile walk to them, that is a short walk, to be honest. Sheriff said it would have been a very long walk, a 20-mile walk to Chattanooga from where they were, and they just dropped them off, essentially in the middle of the country. Nothing down there except the truck stop, farmhouses, and farmland. So leaving them there would have essentially been establishing a homeless camp. Now, he said that the Georgia governor said he's going to call the owner of the bus line to instruct them don't be making drop-offs here in the state of Georgia. And he also mentioned the migrants. He did say they had government-issued cell phones. They're getting their smartphones, which supposedly makes it easier for them to check in with their immigration office. Yeah, just dropping them off. Yeah, it's happening all over the country. You know it. And we'll return after this to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Police say a man drove his car into a barricade near the U.S. Capitol and then began firing a handgun. He then took his own life. Tom Manger, the chief of the Capitol Police, says the car caught fire and the man exited.
It does appear that it was not the collision with the barricade that caused the fire. It appears that the individual may have started the fire himself as he was getting out of the car.
The war on baby powder has a big casualty.
Johnson & Johnson will stop selling talcum-based baby powder worldwide starting next year, taking its place their existing cornstarch version of the product. The move comes after thousands of lawsuits in recent years from women claiming that the talc-based powder gave them ovarian cancer or mesothelioma. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to 0. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning to our friend Rick there in Columbus. Good to have you on board. Should be on your second or third cup of coffee right now, right? He says, I remember when we had 3 channels. Yes, I remember. Said in Cincinnati, it was Channel 5, Channel 9, Channel 12. Columbus, you got 4, 6, and 10. But yeah, and then remember when the UHF, hey, that we got another channel. We got 4 channels. Wow. Choices for... You look at it now. Now, depending on what you're willing to pay for, you can scroll through. I mean, there's literally a thing of 1,000 channels on some of these, cable subscriptions and whatnot, and there still ain't nothing to watch. You ever know you're scrolling, nothing. All those choices. What did we do when we were young? Hey, we mentioned the cool-off in the east we saw over the weekend. Meanwhile, the heat is on out west. Summertime heat continues to build as a gradual shift in the weather pattern occurs this week. Temperatures are going to steadily climb 10, 15, close to 20 degrees above average in some areas for places like Seattle, Portland, Medford, Oregon. Much like recent hot stretches, this large bulge in the jet stream keeping the track lifted north, allowing temperatures to surge in the coming days. This hot weather is actually going to be expanding across the Northwest, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana. The heat's also going to grip portions of the Central California and Nevada this week as well. This has led to excessive heat watches being issued from north central California through the San Joaquin Valley, covering numerous counties right on through the latter half of this week. Temperatures are expected to peak sometime about midweek across north central California, Nevada, and Oregon before gradually beginning to sink closer to average. Further north into Washington state, the heat will likely persist right on into next weekend. So a hot week coming on in the Pacific Northwest. Hottest regions outside of Central California will be southern Oregon, the Willamette Valley, and areas east of the Washington Cascades. By Wednesday, temperatures forecast to hit the century mark for most of these areas. Hot conditions slowly then retreat from the Willamette Valley on Thursday, but continue to grip areas like Medford, Oregon, Kennewick, Washington, probably through the end of the upcoming week. So if you're going to be rolling freight out there in the Pacific Northwest, pray the AC keeps on kicking this week. Not a good time for the AC to go out. All right, we get back to our calls here this morning. Plowboy, I believe. What's going on, Plowboy? It would help if the computer would pick him up. Come on, I hit the magic twanger. And it's doing that little just kind of sitting and spinning kind of thing. All right, we'll see if it kicks in. Let me try one other here before we might have to do a phone reset. Yeah, because it's just kind of sitting and spinning. I see we got Philip on the line, Devious, Doug on board, but you might have to dial us back up. Okay, so we'll take care of that in a moment. I'll give it a chance to see if it'll kick in itself. If not, we'll do a phone reset. Real quick, let me get to the American Transportation Research Institute. I mentioned the headline that they released their findings last week based on the real world data about just how much the cost of operating a trucking business went up last year. From the ATRI report, the cost of trucking in 2021 increased to its highest level in the 15-year history that they've been tracking costs. $1.85 per mile. Fuel saw the single largest jump, obviously, in expense. Nearly every other item line grew or remained constant. Everything pretty much went up. Now, even when fuel costs are removed, the marginal cost of trucking increased by 10 cents per mile from 2020 to 21. Again, removing fuel cost, it's costing you $1.43 a mile just to run your truck. The total marginal cost of trucking grew by 12.7% last year, $1.85 per mile, the highest on record. Leading contributors to the increase were fuel, obviously, repair and maintenance up 18%, higher than the year before. Driver wages up 10% versus the year before. And everything else across the board. And of course, then in response to the truck driver shortage, total driver compensation at 80 cents per mile was 10% higher than the year 2020. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I'll see about taking care of the phone reset. Sound like I was hearing somebody in the background there, but I have no idea what that is. Kind of screwy. All right.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Devious.
Hey, wow, that was weird because I heard a little beep come in, but I didn't hear you do the okay. You're on the air or whatever. Wow,
yeah, I mean, I had clicked that button literally like 2 or 3 minutes ago, and it was just kind of sitting there spinning. I guess finally it decided to catch back up.
Well, you got the pleasure, and I got the pleasure of talking to you. You got the pleasure of talking to me. I hope some of the listeners will be just as happy. Anyway, hey, we're all here today. So, I just wanted to call in and say that we lost my father-in-law last week, and he was kind of a listener of sorts. He would be up in the middle of the night and listen to the old show back in the day, and his name was Kenneth Hurst, and he was a retired Fairfax County firefighter, and he also spent time early on in the Marines. He was 81 years old, and we were at a funeral. They gave him full military honors and also firefighters honors, and it was in a little small town where I live, Madison, Virginia, and he was buried in a little place called the Hebron Valley, one of the oldest Lutheran churches still operating in the country, and it was somewhat it was sad. I mean, but as the thing I wanted to emphasize is that cancer can. He was just basically diagnosed with stomach cancer, and they didn't give him too much long to live, but
I think that the very short period of time that it took his life was astounding. Actually, it was probably less than a month.
Wow, really?
What's really crazy is this man had been checked from top to bottom for the last couple of years, and he was doing okay. He was a big strapping guy, big loud voice. I mean, and he was just a tough guy, and he was very well loved. And it's amazing how they don't catch it, or they don't have a test, or all the medical issues that he was having. They somehow missed the cancer part of it. They actually, I think, misdiagnosed something a few times, and that so I don't know. It was just terrible. I remember your other sponsor of one of your radio shows that I used to buy their product, and they would give out hats and various things, and I used to give him my hat from the other sponsor, and so I guess probably I'll inherit those back. And he was just a nice guy. He collected a lot of stuff. He was almost a hoarder in a way. So it's going to probably be a mess to decipher what the heck he's got that's junk and what's he's got that's good. But so his dear wife is still living. My wife, of course, is pretty sad. He had another daughter and a son, and probably a few that I don't quite know personally from back in the day of a first marriage or what have you. But I don't know, man. I tell you what, man, this cancer will get you, man, and when you least expect it, man. And I probably suggest everybody try to get a thorough checkup if when they go to the doctor to this thing just came out of nowhere, but that cancer usually is lurking about, and I don't know why they can't. They always say early detection, this and that, and it doesn't seem like it ever rings true to a lot of people. So I just don't see how they could have missed it. But of course, he was 80 years old, and I mean, my God, he lived a great life and a long life. So that's at least a good positive note. And he didn't really suffer. That's the thing. It wasn't really. He did have some episodes, and it was last week was it was terrible. I mean, it just, if anybody has gone through this, my poor wife, just, God bless her, man, and everybody that was affected. But death isn't a very, another caller earlier was, if we can just pass in our sleep, that would probably wouldn't complicate anything. So, I hope that's the way I go. So.
Well, sorry about your loss, Devious. And hey, but good to have you with us here this morning. Have a great night. Be safe out there. And we'll get a quick time out to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it, rolling into a Monday. Here we go. Get the new week started. Checking with Philip this morning. Hey, Philip, what's happening?
I'm just driving to work. How you doing this morning, bud?
Hanging with him. Had an enjoyable weekend. But, boy, you know, these weekends are going fast.
Oh, I know that. They go well by. They go quick for me, too. I know how that is. Before you know, you're back at it again here.
Here we are.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, have you been reading all the stuff going on with Russia right now?
Actually, no. Haven't been paying attention. You know, the Russia-Ukraine or what?
Well, I know the other day that Biden had said that they're what they call a state of terrorism now, is what they consider Russia. They don't, they take them to a different status.
Yeah.
But the thing I saw was, it had to have been around Friday or Saturday. The Ukrainians, they went into Crimea and attacked the base. Did you hear anything about that?
No, I have not.
Well, the reason that Russia wanted Crimea was because they had most of their military installations. They had a lot of their military installations in Crimea. And that was one of the big things back in 2014 where Russia, took Crimea from them. Well, Ukrainians went in there and wiped out one of their bases. It either had to have been like Friday or Saturday. And then Russia came back and started bombing one of their nuclear power plants. Now, you probably heard something about that one. Did you hear anything about that one?
I have heard that I guess they're talking reminiscent of a potential like a Chernobyl meltdown kind of thing.
Yeah, we got to pay attention to this one pretty close because that power plant that they hit, and I can't pronounce the name of the city. I think it's Zavnesk or something like that. But that power plant is probably one of the world's biggest nuclear power plants there is. I'm not sure how many reactors it is, but I know the buildings are there's a ton of buildings from the pictures that I saw on the article I read about it, that they said that they got hydrogen leaks in that plant. And, that could turn into a hydrogen bomb, and that's huge. I mean, that's really huge. And they said that all these actions over the weekend and then the deal with Biden taking him to a terrorist state, places like Syria and Iran and them have that moniker of a terrorist state. And they said that could possibly lead to some nuclear stuff going on. there was a lot of stuff going on with Russia this weekend. I just got bits and pieces of it as I was looking at different things going between the two jobs working here. But and it's a lot of stuff going on. That Crimea thing, that's big, because I remember when Russia took Crimea, that was a big deal. It was a really big deal. And now that they went into Crimea and started tearing their stuff up, that's taking the war to a different level. What do you think?
Yep, whole new ball game.
Did you hear about the special forces that they have? Ukraine's got called the Partisans.
Never heard of them.
Well, they've got a special detachment. It's kind of like Delta Force or recon or something like that. That they go in and they just take care of things. And they're saying they're the ones that went in to Crimea and took care of that base. But there's also speculations that they used drones, that they got their stuff from us and went in there and did it, because the scale of it had to been our kind of equipment. Because, I mean, this is a big base. It wasn't nothing little. It was a big base. They knocked out one part of it, was like just about 9 planes in itself. Fighters, the whole shot. So, got to keep up on that. Caller had just called in and had talked about cancer. But, buddy, I know how you feel. Cancer took both my mom and my dad. I know what it's like. With them, it was about a 6-month digression through it. And, I wouldn't want to see my worst enemy go through cancer. And it's one of those things, it's pretty bad stuff. Seen it a lot in my family. And if anybody needs to out there, y'all, if you got it in your family, you need to go get checked out, because, it could be in you. You never know. But it's one of those things. But then I get to thinking about what my dad told me, and get kind of like a rambler now, a little religious here. But when your time it's your time, you're gonna go. So that's all I pretty much got today, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you very much.
Thank you for checking in. I was looking here about the nuclear power. I'd seen several of the headlines, but I guess over the weekend, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, which is the UN nuclear watchdog, said we're alarmed of Russia's bombing near the nuclear power plant, southeastern Ukraine. Now, according to Ukrainian officials, they say 10 shells landed near the power plant last Thursday, knocking out parts of the facility. But the IAEA say Russia is playing with fire. They are risking a nuclear meltdown that would worsen the situation in the embattled country. Ukraine has 15 nuclear reactors that supply about half the country's electricity, several of which have already been the targets of Russian weapons. But the International Atomic Energy Agency director says this is a serious hour, a grave hour, and we must be allowed to conduct our mission as soon as possible. They want to go in to inspect this nuclear facility. Vladimir Zelensky puts the blame squarely on Russia. Only the complete withdrawal of Russia from the territory of this power plant and the restoration of Ukraine's full control over the situation around the plant will guarantee the restoration of nuclear safety for all of Europe. You don't want a nuclear meltdown because you get the initial death for how many miles around the plant, but then the fallout, the nuclear rain, the acid rain and all that could literally spread around the planet. Not good stuff to be playing with. But we get a news break, top of the hour, the midnight hour on the West Coast, as a matter of fact, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The FBI seized 11 sets of classified documents when it conducted the search on former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate earlier this week. Representative Adam Schiff says he's concerned about the lack of security these documents had.
If the Trump people
represented that they provided all the classified or national security information and didn't, that's a serious problem.
It's pretty ugly in Mexico.
The State Department is telling American citizens in Mexico to shelter in place due to fires, roadblocks, and police activity in several towns in the Mexican state of Baja California. The towns include Tijuana, Mexicali, and Rosarito. Gang violence erupted there late Friday and early Saturday, the U.S. consulate asking citizens to take multiple steps to protect themselves, including seeking secure shelter, monitor local media for updates, and be aware of their surroundings. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Facing prison time and dire personal consequences for storming the U.S. Capitol, some January 6 defendants are trying to profit from their participation in the deadly riot, using it as a platform to drum up cash, promote business endeavors, and boost social media profiles. A Nevada man jailed on riot charges asked his mom to contact publishers for a book he was writing about the Capitol incident. A rioter from Washington State helped his father hawk clothes and other merchandise bearing slogans such as "Our House" and images of the Capitol building. And a Virginia man released a rap album with riot-themed songs and a cover photograph of him sitting on a police vehicle outside the Capitol, January 6, 2021. Man's in custody after firing his gun at Canberra Airport in the Australian capital city. Police Detective Dave Kraft says the suspect fired 5 rounds in the departures area.
The firearm has been secured. We do not believe that there were multiple weapons at this time.
There were no reported injuries. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
It's the 21st century, and we're talking about polio.
Health officials are urging people in New York City to be proactive after polio was found in wastewater samples. The disease was largely eradicated in the United States, but now it's believed to be circulating in the Big Apple once again. Dr. Mary Leahy, CEO of the Bon Secours Charity Health System, told CBS News that people need to take steps to make sure that it doesn't spread.
If we can go back to having very, very high standards with regard to making sure that people are vaccinated and making sure that the immunization rates are better. That's our best method of protection.
The overall polio vaccination rate in New York is 86% among children 5 and under. Officials are concerned about some city zip codes where fewer than 2/3 of kids have received the polio vaccine. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
With the shortage of monkeypox vaccine in the United States, many U.S. residents are flocking to nearby Canada to get vaccinated. This man says when he first got there, he realized he wasn't the only one who thought of it. The line was quite long.
It was like 4 blocks long, so I just turned around and left.
Many Californians fear the big one, but it might not be what you think, a mega flood. A new study by Science Advances shows climate change has already doubled the chances of a disastrous flood happening in California in the next 4 decades. And experts say it would be unlike anything anyone alive today has ever experienced. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
I guess McDonald's not real happy about the... Apparently, people just aren't loving it. Yeah, McDonald's is pulling their fake burgers. This big push in recent years to, we're going to stop consuming beef. It's killing the planet, right? Part of the green movement. Let's go vegetarian, veggie burgers, fake burgers. What do they call it? Beyond Meat? Apparently, they rolled out these fake burgers, the plant-based burgers, on a trial basis earlier this year, like 600 locations, after they did an 8-restaurant trial back in November of last year. And I guess ain't nobody wanting their fake burgers. Product is being discontinued in the United States, according to J.P. Morgan Chase analyst Ken Goldman. Said he spoke with employees at 25 different locations. Not surprisingly, the reason sometimes being cited is, there ain't nobody buying the damn things. McPlant seems to be McDone in the United States. Yeah, McDonald's and Beyond Meat, based out of L.A., the producer of the plant-based meat substitute, founded in 2009. They announced a 3-year partnership early last year. The McPlant includes a plant-based patty co-developed with Beyond Meats that was exclusive to McDonald's, made from plant-based ingredients, peas, rice, potatoes, served on a sesame seed bun with tomato, lettuce, pickles, blah, 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 all that same stuff you normally get. And nope, McPlant is McDone. I don't think I'll miss it. Hello, Doug. What's going on this morning?
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. I was just wondering, I haven't been listening to your whole show tonight, so I don't know if you've talked about this, but I was wondering if you could kind of run down what's happened to Trump here recently, what he's charged with, and whether or not you think he's going to make it through this. I mean, are the Democrats going to just, they don't seem like they're going to stop at anything.
Yeah, no, they won't stop. They're going to be relentless. Honestly, I mean, if you watch some of the news over the weekend, they were trying to make it sound like, oh, yes, he indeed had some classified material and some highly classified material in those boxes. But they try to make it sound like he's going to be done. But I don't know. Who has the ability to declassify material? Last I checked, the president can declassify anything he wants, but I'll break down the latest for you here since, we haven't really honestly touched on yet this morning. Mark Wayne Mullen, he's the representative from Oklahoma. Now, he said what we all know. The FBI acted in a biased manner with the raid on Mar-a-Lago last week. He actually found some humor in one of the reported accusations involving Trump stealing paper copies of the nuclear codes. You heard that last week. Oh, but he's got nuclear codes. The confiscated items, he says, were not a national security threat. Not a national security immediate threat. That the FBI would go to this nuclear level of raiding a former president of the United States home and removing documents that are already declassified has undoubtedly political overtones. On the flip side, now he says this kind of obviously being sarcastic. He said the FBI's most recent actions are hardly a departure from those in previous years. It's hard to trust the FBI with Trump. They did so well with the dossier, the discredited Trump dossier. They did so well with the Russian collusion hoax. Again, all sarcasm. They also treated Hillary Clinton with non-special gloves. And what about Hunter Biden's name? To the mix of Democrat Party supporters who've escaped the FBI or Justice Department's wrath. What's been done to make the American people think they can trust the FBI? So right now, with Democrats controlling the House, the Senate, the White House, there's pretty much nothing conservatives can do to stop the FBI or the Department of Justice in the administration right now. But if, I don't know, would that be a big if the Republicans overtake the House and the Senate this fall, and then the presidency in 24, he said we need a total reorganization of the FBI. He pledged that FBI Director Christopher Wray and Attorney General Merrick Garland can expect investigative hearings as early as January next year. There's a big difference, he says, between the FBI agents in the field and those in the offices on the 7th floor of the Hoover Building. The FBI leaders are the ones that need to be investigated. The search of Mar-a-Lago is nothing more than a political stunt that should not have risen to the level that it did. He then openly wondered if a reformed FBI would be broken up into smaller factions, or maybe actually taken out of the purview of the Justice Department altogether. He said the field agents, they're completely separate from the swamp in the Hoover Building. And along those lines, I said, I have some sympathy for the FBI agents who were actually given the task of going into Trump's home and seizing documents.
without knowing where the materials were. If they knew the location of the threat they were looking for, then what were they doing there for 9.5 hours? That is an interesting question. I know, Pappy made it Friday morning. He made it sound as though everything has to be completely documented. And that's kind of what they released over the weekend. What was included in what was taken out of the closet there in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know. You think this could actually, turn around and bite the Democrats and the lefties in the rear end? 83% of Republican voters say the FBI raid on Trump has increased their desire to vote. Just over 70% of Americans say the raid increases their motivation to vote in the midterms here, just a matter of months away. Here's the results from Thursday. 21.6% say it does not increase their motivation. 83.3% of Republicans say this increases their motivation to vote in the midterms. Just over 10% say it doesn't. 6%, I don't know. Democrats, 55% of Democrats say it has increased their motivation to vote in the fall. 34% said it doesn't. 11%, I don't know. On the independent, 71% of independents say this has increased their motivation to vote. 48% of those polled say Trump's political enemies are behind the FBI raid. 39% said the impartial justice system was behind it. They've got other numbers. Independent and Republican voters are pretty much united in their outrage about this unprecedented event in American history. According to the president of the Convention of States Action, it is clear to voters that the FBI raid is designed to punish the primary political enemy of the regime in power right now. This Gestapo-style injustice has created what I say will be a voting surge that is so significant the polling doesn't even begin to reflect what's coming from grassroots voters this November. Well, there you go. It may come back to bite them bad. We shall see. Time will tell. All right, we'll get back to your calls here into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder, Andy Matoush, firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, on a Monday, I know Eskimo Mom's not out there tonight. She's off Sunday nights and Monday nights, so... I saw her post over the weekend, though. I guess it was kind of like the week from hell. Poor Eskimo Mom. What a week. My truck was in the shop for an oil change, so I drive everyone else's vehicles. Tuesday had a short day because freight was coming out later than expected. My load didn't run. And I run pretty good the other days. That all changed Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. All three of those days had some sort of issues that ended up giving me 14-hour days. I finally get my truck back Saturday morning, and someone in the shop just assumed it was a reseat. And instead of leaving things alone inside the cab, they cleaned out everything and took various things that either kept my truck cleaner or made my job a little easier. And, of course, nobody could find the stuff when they searched the storage area. Oh, boy. Maybe a better week this week. We'll hope for Eskimo Mom. Hate to hear that. Now let's try Plowboy again. Take two. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve. Well, yeah, that's one reason why I always have my own name on the side of my doors. Nobody could get in that truck, period, end of story. No, I ain't going to start any conflict in that. But, 2 stories ago, you made me die laughing. Plant-based McDonald's.
Right?
How about a bunch of dumbasses? They get the DA award corporate style because corn is fed to the cattle, grass is ate by the cattle, soybean meal is fed to the cattle. That's all plant. That's all makes your plant-based meat, so they can go think of a different idea. Same way with chicken and whatever else they're trying to promote. I can't get over the dang. Yeah. But won't save the planet, ingenious DAs. But now I got it. You were talking about how hot the Northwest is. Steve, you need to look up another story. You missed the story on Facebook this morning. I don't want to hear one particular gentleman call in later this winter and say a damn word about, oh, I'm freezing to death out here in Oklahoma.
Big Ed? Are you with
yeah,
me?
with him posting that 32 degrees up there in Ketchikan this morning.
I've been kind of following. They've been on the Alaska cruise, and it seems like everywhere that they've stopped along the way, it's cloudy, gray, wet. You know, like it hasn't been the most pleasant of weather for their cruise.
And I think one of them posts said it was 32 degrees above zero this morning, and it kind of looked almost like a northern Seattle picture.
Wow.
I mean, that fog and all that in the distance, yeah. But it's a pretty area up there. I have to say there's a lot of pretty pictures you had on Facebook. Another story you talked about, sir, was Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney, I don't look for her to run for president for a while. I look for Aunt Nancy to retire. And she's going to run for Congress on a Democrat ticket. You want to say Speaker of the House?
Oh, boy.
Cheney? Me and Red Neal have had that discussion, though. It's been right when all this January the 6th investigation started. She said, anyway, I said, Red Mule, I said, Norman, this is nothing but a ploy for her to be the favorite niece of Nancy. And I said, watch out. I said, that bitch is liable to move to California just so she can take her seat. I mean, she's got too many implications. I mean, what she's done to this country is beyond tearing it up. I mean, it is just absolutely nonsense. But I don't know. It's just amazing. And what they're putting them through right now, I can't even, without blowing a gasket. So, I don't know. Sports phase for a minute. How about my Cardinals? We're going to take it. What are you thinking? Y'all going to come back and...
I haven't paid a hell of a lot of attention. What's going on? I mean, are the Cards
y'all are not that far back, but what are y'all fourth in the race right now? I was looking at that earlier today. We did good against the Brewers, so I think we got the Rockies starting Tuesday night, something like that. If we hold on to it, I think we might be able to pull something off. We can get it out in at least the playoffs. But I don't know. Steve, have you heard anything out of that one favorite, the only Auburn fan that you ever had to call your show? Have you ever heard of him calling into your show here lately?
No. What the hell was his name? That's
Randy.
Randy, yes, down there. It's been a long time. I asked Big Ed about him when we were talking football last year, and he said he hadn't heard from Randy in a while. Hope everything's okay with him.
Exactly, me too. We used to talk all the time, and now all my darn phones get switched around and all that, and had a few sticky fingers. But I don't get a chance to give Steve a call, grab my number. Hell, I ain't mad. Hell, just like get back in touch with one another. I will give a definite DA award to your horse feathers. John Gage and the other one on emergency. How about all them pretty nurses that was on emergency? You forgot every one of them.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah. I wonder how they're looking 50 years later.
No, I hate to say.
Yeah.
But other than that, that's about all I have, Steve. Have a good one, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for checking in, Plowboy. There you go. Hey, we're up to a news break, so bottom of the hour. We'll come back with more. And want to jump on board? Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Police say a man drove his car into a barricade near the U.S. Capitol and then began firing a handgun. He then took his own life. Tom Manger, the chief of the Capitol Police, says the car caught fire and the man exited.
It does appear that it was not the collision with the barricade that caused the fire. It appears that the individual may have started the fire himself as he was getting out of the car.
The war on baby powder has a big casualty.
Johnson & Johnson will stop selling talcum-based baby powder worldwide starting next year, taking its place their existing cornstarch version of the product. The move comes after thousands of lawsuits in recent years from women claiming that the talc-based powder gave them ovarian cancer or mesothelioma. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to 0.
Credit Card of America is an A-plus rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as typically the case is, coming up on our Tuesday morning program, we'll get our NTPA update. John Dunlap, give us the latest, what transpired over the previous weekend. And, of course, looking ahead to a big weekend next weekend. Actually, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 18th through the 20th. Because we got the NTPA Championships
National Tractor Pulling Championships coming up at the Wood County Fairgrounds in Bowling Green, Ohio. Yes, Hot Shot Secret will be there with bells on. Josh and Kyle both going to be heading to the Bowling Green Wood County Fairgrounds next weekend. Then following weekend, it's another somewhat closer to home, Lyons, Indiana. And I know Kyle always looks for, speaking of Shy Diesel, just heard their spot there. It's the Shy Diesel Extravaganza. Yeah, drag racing and the Lucas Oil tractor and truck pools got the best of both worlds. Racing and pooling, same weekend. Wagler Motorsports Park there in Lyons, Indiana, the 26th and the 27th. Kyle going to be there for the Shy Diesel Extravaganza. All right, then looks like the next item on the calendar I'm seeing, I'll be heading up to Onaway, Michigan for the Over the Top Diesel Challenge, September 2nd, 3rd, and 4th at the Onaway Speedway, Onaway, Michigan. I'm trying to recall, if memory serves, I think that's the one young Colton goes to and collects his cans and whatnot and advertises the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive with his banner. Think that's the one he heads up to there in Michigan. Double check on that. Meanwhile, back to the calls here and see if Eagle's hanging in there. Yeah, you hanging with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, yeah. I wanted to talk about a couple of things I didn't get to talk about in the first call, Steve. You know something, Steve? I think Donald Trump, he needs to come out and tell his followers, people that follow him, and not to resort to violence. I listened to the Bill Cunningham show tonight before you came on, and Bill talked about a situation that happened in Cincinnati with this loser that tried to go into the FBI building, so-called Donald Trump supporter. Yeah, you could be a Donald Trump supporter, but you can't resort to violence. This is what the Democrats want. You're falling right into the trap of these individuals. They want the Republicans to go out and act in this manner so they have even more reason to blackball Donald Trump. And that's basically what they try to do, is blackball the man and make it out that Trump is out of control and his supporters are out of control. You can't fall for this trap. It's one of the oldest tricks in the book. So Donald Trump, he needs to issue a message to his followers. Because just today, I don't know if it was involving Donald Trump, but today they said that a man went to the White House, and I don't know if you covered this story, and got out of his car or something, and he was acting in a crazy manner, and I think they arrested him. I don't know if it had anything to do with Trump or what. But the violence, there's no reason for violent actions toward FBI agents or police, law enforcement agents in America. That's not what Donald Trump has told nobody to do these things. But they're going to try to blame. Anything bad happens, Trump is going to get blamed, Steve. Like I said, they went to the man's house. They say they had a warrant to go into the man's house and do what they did. We'll see. And besides that, Steve, they would say even if he did have top secret information is always changing. Like I heard one guy say, this is 2-year-old material. The government continually changes military codes and other codes and stuff that we have in the U.S. All that stuff is out-of-date material, even if Trump did have some nuclear or some top very classified information. All of it's old information at this point. So it's not. I don't think that it's really. They try to make it out to be that the U.S. could be, national concern, that China might get a hold of this evidence, Iran or whatever. I don't think that this information would qualify as something that's urgent. Now, let me say one last thing before I hang up with you, Steve. I've been telling you this for the last couple of years, ever since Biden got in the White House, that he was a weak president. Now, you see what happened with, you see what's going on with China right now. It's not a matter of if. You've been talking about it for a long time, too. It's not a matter of if. It's just a matter of when China's going into Taiwan and take over this country. That's gonna happen before the next 2 years up because they don't know who's gonna be the president of the U.S. and they know the U.S. is not gonna put up with it. Joe Biden has said that he will take new military. He's not gonna take no action. He's gonna do absolutely nothing. The same thing he did when in Afghanistan. That's what Joe Biden's gonna do in the Taiwan situation. Nothing when the Chinese make their move. So like I said, the Chinese will be making a move within the next 2 years. I promise you that. And they will. As long as Joe Biden is in the White House, they don't have nobody to stop them. And I promise you that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. Speaking of the latest on the Trump raid here, yesterday, Sunday, the calls are going out more and more so for the FBI, the affidavit. They want to see what was presented to the judge to justify this raid in Mar-a-Lago. Republicans calling for the disclosure, more detailed information. What persuaded this judge to issue the search warrant? Because I guess the affidavit might show the source of information, details about the nature of the documents, and other classified information. I said, it's probably not going to happen. Unsealing of affidavits is highly unusual and would require approval from a federal judge. Mike Round says, I think a release of the affidavit would help. At least that would confirm there was actually justification for the raid. Yeah, the Justice Department should show this was not just some sort of a fishing expedition they were on, that they had due cause to go in and do this, and they need to show that they exhausted all other means. And if they can't do that, we've got a serious problem on our hands. Now, separately yesterday, the Senate Intelligence Committee, led by Democrat Mark Warner and Republican Marco Rubio, asked the Justice Department and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence to provide the seized documents on a classified basis. Spokesperson for the committee charged with oversight of the handling of classified information said the two senators had also requested an assessment of potential risks to national security as a result of possible mishandling of the files. You got Mike Turner, top Republican on the House Intelligence Committee, that said the Biden administration needs to provide more details on what led to this search. Congress is saying, show us. We want to know, what did the FBI tell them? What did they find? So the plot thickens. Yeah, reports that law enforcement, that the FBI and Homeland Security warned of increased threats to law enforcement emanating from social media platforms after the raid. The FBI said it's always concerned about threats to law enforcement and that they're working with other agencies to respond to such threats, which are reprehensible and dangerous. Republican Representative Brian Fitzpatrick is a former FBI agent and prosecutor from Pennsylvania, said he's kind of concerned about the safety of federal law enforcement officers amid some of these threats. Everybody needs to calm down. Kind of like Eagle was saying, yeah, you don't resort to violence. Yes, this was unprecedented action that has to be supported by unprecedented justification, and the probable cause affidavit would show whether that standard was actually reached. Yeah, even if it's only shown to lawmakers in a classified briefing. So they're not saying make it public, but Congress has the right to know. I've encouraged all my colleagues on the left and the right to reserve judgment. Don't get ahead of yourself, because we don't know what the document actually had in it. But we sure could get a lot of answers from it. So yeah, you've got even Democrats saying, well, let us see what the hell this was all about. What was the justification? We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, what do you say? About 10 before the hour, get back to the calls. Lines available at 844-844-3388. I believe that's Garfield. We got you coming up there. Hang in there, Garfield. What do you say, Big Moose?
Hey, not much playing truck driver. What are you doing?
Oh, trying to play radio. You know, I love my Mondays, but yes, how's the trucking business going?
Oh, just old hat. Same old thing.
Yeah. Well, Billy the kid said you got the rates up on his truck. What are you doing? You're trying to make him more money for him?
Well, he wasn't pulling no hazardous, man. That's where it's at. You got to pull the stuff that nobody else wants to mess with. That's where the money's at.
Okay.
And you run the chance of glowing in the dark or landing on the moon or melting into a big puddle of neon orange goo, but you know what? That's where the money's at.
Makes sense.
Yep, that's what we're doing. And if you want to, pass my telephone number along to Always Moving. Text said that she was trying to get a hold of me or something. You can give my number to her if she wants it.
I'll do that.
And this whole thing, I'm going to chime in on this political crap one time because I'm tired of listening to it. You know what I mean? This is not a Republican and a Democrat issue. This is bigger than that. This is a good and evil issue, Steve. Donald Trump was not a politician. That's why all of them are going after him. He was not he wasn't in the club, you know. Because I don't care how big a Republican label somebody wears, or how big a Democrat label somebody wears. The fact of the matter is, they're all different colored snakes in the same pit. and they don't want somebody coming in there and disrupting their, you know, bucket of serpents, so to speak. And this is, like I said, this is not a Republican or a Democrat thing. It's a good and evil thing, and there's a lot of evil going on in this country. I just read an article from the Columbus Dispatch. You may be able to find it. It was talking about Ohio in particular. Talking about how Ohio's anti-abortion, anti-black, anti-LGBTQ, and pro-white, pro-Christian, and all of this crap laws are going to ruin the state's economy. You know, there is stuff going on, Steve. It's all a big mind game. They're trying to dupe people into thinking that everything is worse than it actually is. They got people. They're making an example out of such a small percentage of the population, but they're smearing it all over every form of media, every form of TV, every newspaper, or on all the phones, and they're making that small percentage of the population seem like the going concern, and it's really not that. That's really not the case. And they're buffaloing people, and they're using these dog and pony shows to divert attention away from the real thing, while our civil liberties and our rights and freedoms are being stolen right out from under us. We're over here worried about, AR-15 magazines being confiscated or being banned, or the LGBTQs not getting their fair shake at the job market or whatever. And the whole idea of prejudice in this country is non-existent. We've had a black president, right? Mm-hmm. And he's supposed to have been the highest voted for president in recorded history, but Joe Biden somehow beat him. You know, of course, I think that had something to do with that U-Haul truck full of mail-in ballots, because I don't believe that anybody would have got more votes than Barack Obama did. I don't know of any place, Steve, people have not seen the racism in this country that I've seen. You know, when is the last time you seen a colored drinking fountain, or a coloreds only restroom, or a coloreds upstairs at the movie theater? Mm-hmm. I seen all that stuff when I was a kid. That happened right here. You know, and that's been going for years. Get over it. You got the same, what it comes down to, Steve, is that this country has had generation after generation after generation of indoctrinated children thinking that they've got it worse than they've got it. And what it boils down to is it's just laziness. If you want something in this country, you got to work for it. Laying around the house and crying about it don't get it done. You got to get out there and you got to pound the ground, get your hands dirty, and make it happen if you want it. And I don't care what color you are, red, yellow, black, or white. It works the same way for everybody. And here's the other thing. I don't give a damn if you going home and sleeping with another man, sleeping with another woman, sleeping with a man who dresses like a woman, sleeping with a woman who dresses like a man, taking testosterone shots to grow beards and putting an ace bandage around your boobies so you can look like John Wayne. I don't care about none of that crap. That's your own business. Mm-hmm. Keep it your own business. Don't force it down my neck, because it ain't none of my business. I don't want it to be none of my business. I don't know, don't care, don't want to know. And they're making all this crap out to be these major issues, and they're not. And I tell you something, Steve. You ever see them old westerns, them old cowboy movies, them guys get off them horses and take that leather rein and twist it around the hitching post? You ever see that?
Absolutely, yeah.
You know why that horse stands there?
Because they didn't tie a knot; they just kind of laced it around there, and an easy pull and go.
Right. Well, even if they tied it in a knot, the reason the horse stands there is because that horse thinks that one little string can stop it. And all that horse has got to do is get spooked one time, rear that head, that dang rein, that rope's going to go flying, and then he's gone. But, you know, as long as he don't get spooked, that a horse is standing there thinking that one little leather strap can hold him in one place.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, Steve. That people in this country have been standing idle a long time thinking that one little leather strap is going to hold them in place. Well, I tell you, there's about to be a lot of people get spooked in this country. And I'm not trying to purport no violence, because I know that's what somebody's going to go and say, well, that damn moose over here talk about the Civil War. Talk about World War III. That's not what I'm talking about at all. But I'm going to tell you something. When you start talking about the law and how the law treats people, you need to remember one thing. The law didn't have nothing on Jesus either, and they crucified him. Okay? The only thing that's keeping the law out of your business is they don't want to be in it. Look what's happening. The IRS is hiring these, 100,000 goons with guns that have got to be ready to use deadly force, you know. I tell you what, folks, you better be ready, because you know what? They're going to be in your business next, and there ain't going to be nothing you can do to stop it, because you ain't going to have no freedoms left, you know. And I'm going to tell you something. You can go right down there, look at all them Vietnam memorials. You go out there to Arlington and look at all them names carved in that marble, and it was all done in vain. Because all of that fighting, all of that bloodshed, all of that patriotism and flag carrying and torch carrying that built this country has all been wiped out by a bunch of lard-ass, LGBTQ, whatever, dumbasses laying on their mama's couch in the basement, too fat and sorry to get up and do anything, and just thinking that they can vote their way into a welfare check and a food stamp book and everything else. So, you know what? I'm going to get off this soapbox, but I'll say one thing before I go. They can't blame me, because I done my part, and I sleep good at night knowing the fact that I done my part. And I hate the fact that it's going to hell, but I done my part, and I'm not going to apologize for it. I've never purposely mistreated anybody, never done anybody no ill or no harm, regardless of color, creed, or religion. I've always done what I thought was right and the way I thought I need to do it. And now I got the whole world telling me that I was wrong. But you know what? I can go to bed and sleep with myself at night. My conscience is clear. And with that, I'll say keep it twisted, spotted, and solid, sunny side up, and all that jazz. And I got my 10 in the wind, and I'm 10-10 on the side. Bye-bye.
Great to hear from you, Moose. Thank you for your soapbox. Appreciate that. And it is 844-844-3388. Final hour on the way. Just ahead, following a news update here on a Monday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The FBI seized 11 sets of classified documents when it conducted the search on former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate earlier this week. Representative Adam Schiff says he's concerned about the lack of security these documents had.
If the Trump people represented that they provided all the classified or national security information and didn't, that's a serious problem.
It's pretty ugly in Mexico.
The State Department is telling American citizens in Mexico to shelter in place due to fires, roadblocks, and police activity in several towns in the Mexican state of Baja California. The towns include Tijuana, Mexicali, and Rosarito. Gang violence erupted there late Friday and early Saturday, the U.S. consulate asking citizens to take multiple steps to protect themselves, including seeking secure shelter, monitor local media for updates, and be aware of their surroundings. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Facing prison time and dire personal consequences for storming the U.S. Capitol, some January 6 defendants are trying to profit from their participation in the deadly riot, using it as a platform to drum up cash, promote business endeavors, and boost social media profiles. The Nevada man, jailed on riot charges, asked his mom to contact publishers for a book he was writing about the Capitol incident. A rioter from Washington State helped his father hawk clothes and other merchandise bearing slogans such as "Our House" and images of the Capitol building. And a Virginia man released a rap album with riot-themed songs and a cover photograph of him sitting on a police vehicle outside the Capitol, January 6, 2021. Man's in custody after firing his gun at Canberra Airport in the Australian capital city. Police Detective Dave Kraft says the suspect fired 5 rounds in the departures area.
The firearm has been secured. We do not believe that there were multiple weapons at this time.
There were no reported injuries. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
It's the 21st century, and we're talking about polio.
Health officials are urging people in New York City to be proactive after polio was found in wastewater samples. The disease was largely eradicated in the United States, but now it's believed to be circulating in the Big Apple once again. Dr. Mary Leahy, CEO of the Bon Secours Charity Health System, told CBS News that people need to take steps to make sure that it doesn't spread.
If we can go back to having very, very high standards with regard to making sure that people are vaccinated and making sure that the immunization rates are better. That's our best method of protection.
The overall polio vaccination rate in New York is 86% among children 5 and under. Officials are concerned about some city zip codes where fewer than 2/3 of kids have received the polio vaccine. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
With the shortage of monkeypox vaccine in the United States, many U.S. residents are flocking to nearby Canada to get vaccinated. This man says when he first got there, he realized he wasn't the only one who thought of it. The line was quite long.
It was like 4 blocks long, so I just turned around and left.
Many Californians feared the big one, but it might not be what you think, a mega flood. A new study by Science Advances shows climate change has already doubled the chances of a disastrous flood happening in California in the next 4 decades. And experts say it would be unlike anything anyone alive today has ever experienced. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Vic, if you're with us this morning, good morning. Got your email this past day. He shares with me the link from the Washington Times write-up. Looking at an investigation into the AFGE looking to abolish the labor union for ICE officers. That's Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He says, Steve, this has been an ongoing story for some time, but the ICE Council, which represents Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, was recently decertified. Now, the story lists the consequences. It's interesting that the current Attorney General is highly upset about derogatory statements about the FBI, but he's okay with all the trash talk by AOC and others about ICE agents. Or killing Border Patrol agents with a gun provided by the secret Fast and Furious. The Indianapolis FBI office is being sued over the abuse suffered at the hand of Dr. Nassar of Michigan State University and their failure to act. The training organization, USA Gymnastics, apparently reported this to the FBI, who failed to react. It was then reported to the Michigan State University police, who did react, and then things started to happen. Now, due to this and other episodes, the tarnished view of the FBI is suffering is about more than just this raid at Mar-a-Lago. As Nancy Pelosi said, there's rules for handling classified material. So where are the records of Trump obtaining the classified material? Once verified that the records were requested by and delivered to President Trump, then he was responsible for securing said documents. And I don't believe moving van people should have been close to those classified documents. This all begs the question, how did they get to Mar-a-Lago? How did the FBI know what records to look for? Those, Vic, exactly what I was talking about last year. Those are all questions that some believe, at least, that if the actual affidavit was unveiled, it might give them answers. Who knew what? What did they present to the FBI? A lot of questions to be answered. Under industry headlines, save this from a few days ago, a little bit of trouble in digital land. A nasty legal spat between some load board providers. You've got the Denver-based DAT Freight and Analytics versus the Seattle-based digital freight broker known as Convoy, Inc. In a 29-page complaint, DAT calls Convoy a bad actor that used DAT data illegitimately to create their own competing load board. In a 43-page response, Convoy denies the accusations and counterclaims, calling DAT, D-A-T, a monopolist. Describes DAT's load board as antiquated in many ways. DAT filed the complaint earlier this year in Oregon, claiming that Convoy sought access to the DAT load board so they could post their clients' freight and find carriers to ship that freight. In reality, Convoy, however, was assessing the DAT load board to misappropriate data and trade secrets that belonged to DAT, and to surprisingly create their own competing load board using DAT's data and trade secrets. That's what the accusation is. I guess it'd be like me trying to set up my own load board, right? Hey, I'm a new load board. I'm a new broker guy, and I just go. I go farm out. I go to DAT's board. I go to Convoy. I go to others. And I post these things and say, like it's all my proprietary information. According to DAT, though, Convoy assessed DAT's load board under contract beginning in 2016, but in November of last year refused to renew its contract with Convoy. Yeah, they say they had discovered Convoy was building a load board of its own using their trade secrets belonging to DAT. Shortly after their contract with DAT lapsed, surprise, surprise, Convoy issued a news release introducing their load board called Convoy for Brokers. Now, Convoy filed their answer to DAT in June, the lawsuit that is, essentially denying all the allegations, making a few of their own allegations against DAT. For one thing, Convoy claims DAT is a monopoly that wields its power to restrain competition. Don't know where it's all going, but yeah, who uses the load boards? Would that be, is that Garfield by chance?
Hey, Steve, how you doing this morning?
Well, that's not Garfield. It's Shadow Chaser. Hey there.
Yeah. How you doing this morning?
It's doing fine. It's a Monday. Yep. How about you?
Good. So you survived your anniversary here?
Yeah, I had a good weekend. Yes, sir.
That's good. Hey, you know, another thing, too, about emergency, the one guy played Joe Early. I don't know if you're old enough, but do you remember Adventures of Rin Tin Tin?
Yeah, I mean, I remember hearing about Rin. I don't think I ever saw any of it or anything.
Well, I believe the one played Rusty is Joe Early. One is Maui Coot, one played on Emergency.
Really?
Yes. And did you know, I believe that he was married to the head nurse there, Dixie, his husband and wife.
How about that?
Yeah. You know what? We had Spectrum. Well, we got rid of them. They always kept raising everything else.
Yeah.
We just went back to the old style TV. We had all kinds of channels. Because you know what? I just soon sit home and watch the old Western. I would always do other TV shows.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, with all the free channels, you've got the subset channels on the free TV. Yeah, got like Me TV, and you see a lot of the old black and white shows that we saw when we were growing up.
Yeah, the Wagon Train, that Wagon Master, I always liked watching that because anyone, the Wagon Master there, he always reminded me of my dad. He looked just like my dad.
Huh.
So. Well, enjoy the cool weather. I don't know how long it's going to last, Steve.
Yeah, I don't know how much I was asking my mom over the weekend. She came over, I guess it was Friday, because Friday turned out to be a pretty nice, warm day. It was lower 80s, but the sun was out and felt good in the sun. She got to spend a little bit of time laying out in the pool. And I said, how many weeks you think we got left? Typically in this region, people shut down their pools about Labor Day. It's for all practical purposes, it's a Memorial Day to Labor Day swimming season. All I know is with the overnight lows the last few nights, water temperature's gone down pretty significantly. Water's a little chilly. Mm-hmm. All right, heading up on 15 past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Recall, of course, going back last week, we talked about it Friday morning, the inflation numbers. Things have they believe we might have hit the peak for inflation, right? Now, we had the 8.5%, cooler than expected, 8.5% Consumer Price Index, the number that came out last week. Again, food prices at the same time, though. Food prices continue to climb. According to the Labor Department, the food at home category, which tracks the cost of groceries, surged 13.1% over the last year. Biggest increase since March of 1979. On a monthly basis, food prices jumped 1.4%, People are kind of getting a break at the gas pump right now, but we're not getting a break at the grocery store. According to Bankrate.com, food prices, and especially cost for food at home, continue to soar, rising at the fastest pace in more than 43 years. We are paying more at the grocery store for a number of items that have climbed considerably over the past year. Eggs up 38%. Chicken up 16.6%. Milk up over 15%. Potatoes up 13%. Fresh fruits and vegetables up more than 8%. Now, they say part of the reason for the unprecedented climb in food cost is the Russian war in Ukraine, limiting grain shipments from one of the world's biggest suppliers. But the rising food prices, one of the most visceral reminders of red-hot inflation, which has created severe financial pressure on many U.S. households. The burden disproportionately borne by the low-income people, whose already stretched paychecks are heavily impacted by these price fluctuations, especially your necessities, your food, your gasoline. Now, in another kind of concerning or worrisome sign, new data from the Department of Labor last Thursday that tracks inflation at the wholesale level showed that food prices climbed higher in July, surging 1%, the fastest increase in 4 months. This is what's known as the Producer Price Index that captures price movement before it reaches the consumer at the retail level. In other words, it may actually foreshadow, be a sign of price increases on the horizon. Inflation will only decline at a painfully slow pace. According to a strategist at Principal Global Investors, food and energy inflation are the wild cards. Although inflation should peak soon, the broadening and stickiness of price pressure implies that the CPI will only fall maybe to 6.5% this year before recession accelerates the decline in 2023. Notice that little tidbit they insert at the very end, insinuating that recession is pretty much a foregone conclusion, which I know this administration's trying to play that down, that no guarantees of a recession. We can get through this. But I digress. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, this little tidbit, I think I'd fall under the category of one of those who mocks customers for really giving a damn anyway. What are you talking about, Steve? Cracker Barrel apparently has angered some of their base, they say, by introducing, ironically, we were talking earlier how McDonald's is saying that this plant-based burger, Beyond Meat, whatever they want to call it, it's not really meat, is failed, and they're going to be, it's pretty much done in the USA. I guess Cracker Barrel, about the same time, just recently has announced the addition of a new kind of sausage. Just one single menu item. Some people are even accusing the company of turning woke with their menu. Cracker Barrel announced they're going to be exploring the new meat frontiers of Impossible Sausage, a meat substitute that has the appearance of sausage, at least to the untrained eye. Cracker Barrel's post says, experience the out-of-this-world flavor of Impossible Sausage made from plants next time you build your own breakfast. I guess they've rolled it out at 50 restaurants over the past year, trying to expand their menu to, there are vegetarians out there, right? To each his own. If you don't want to eat beef, you don't want to eat chicken, I don't have a problem with that. You enjoy your lettuce. You eat all the rabbit food you want. In a statement released to USA Today, Cracker Barrel's corporate team said, we're always exploring opportunities to expand how our guests experience breakfast and provide choices to satisfy every taste bud. What's wrong with that? I don't have a problem with that. But that's where they said the announcement elicited 3 different classes of responses from the masses. Some people praised the idea, some people didn't like the idea, and a lot of people said, who cares anyway? Why do you want to get upset one way or the other? Some of the mocking comments. Twitter number user 2. Funny how the ones making the most noise about Cracker Barrel's new Impossible Sausage are the ones who would most benefit from the change in their eating habits. Some of them. See, Facebook number 3. You can take my pork sausage when you pry it from my cold, dead hands. Don't tread on my pork. Another says, bad choice, Cracker Barrel. Do your research. Yeah, rightfully so. I think if they did their research, just look at McDonald's for the prime example there. They're taking away the plant-based hamburgers because nobody wants the darn thing. I mean, there are vegetarians out there, but that's a very, very limited percentage of society. And usually you're looking to appeal with any product to the largest number possible, right? It's the same in any kind of business. I mean, we're talking about Hot Shot Secret products. When we have Chris on the first Friday in any given month, there's always people that suggest, well, why don't you create something for this or create something for that? But you have to look at the market. The cost of developing and then getting something to the market that's going to have a very limited appeal, it's not worth it. You have to move so much product. Anything that's on the shelves, I don't care if it's your Kroger store, your Walmart, whatever you take, pick your retailer. Yeah, Walmart in particular, they go through every single product on an annual basis. And if you're not moving enough of that product off their shelves, they will take it from the shelves and put something else on it. 100%. Hey, morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Monday. Another great Jeep Fest in the books. Parade was awesome. The variety of Jeeps of all kinds in the parade and on display at the Seagate Center, downtown Toledo, Ohio, over the weekend. Fantastic weekend, he said. I'm glad. So, Jeep Fest, huh? Ready to depart for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make the flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great day. Only 132 days till Christmas. There's Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. As always, Steve is on board. Hello, Steve, and the listeners out there. Here we go again, Monday. You know, these weekends just come and go way too fast anymore. But it sure was a restful one around our house. That being said, time to get back at it. Time to head into town, fire up the old trash truck, and get the week underway. We're getting pretty busy at work, so it looks like the long days will be setting in. But thankfully, we are fully staffed, so all the trucks are moving now. Everybody enjoy your day, and we will catch up again soon. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news update there. Let's see with... who we got on the line? The unknown trucker.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, how you doing, Steve?
Morning.
Hey, salute to Big Moose tonight. I always like listening to him, and salute you for having him on. And basically what I wanted to say was, do we really think in this country, with the way the elections are, that the elections are going to get us out of the grip of this deep state government that's taken over, that hasn't even been elected in?
Moose does not believe so. Yeah, he said on several occasions as of late, he said the days of free or fair
fair
elections are done. Yeah.
Right. I agree with him.
Can't help but wonder.
I'm also wondering, I'm sorry, if there's anybody organizing any kind of marches or convoys down to Washington to protest this taking over of the government by the deep state.
Yeah.
And throw those unelected treasonous bums out of Washington.
I can't say that I've heard of anything in the offing. All I know is November's around the corner. Now, so you've got a question in your mind. When November rolls around, Election Day comes and goes, you have a question whether it will be a legitimate election, right?
Absolutely. It doesn't the whole country? Look what happened in 2020. They changed the rules until they got the results they wanted. It's outrageous. I can't believe that the people of this country have let this happen as long as it's going on.
Yeah. Well, I am of full agreement that I think some shenanigans took place in 2020. I do not have the utmost confidence that all those mail-in ballots were legitimate, if you know what I mean. I do know there are some states that are kind of going back and not going to be sending in all those mail-in ballots like they did in 2020. But I think we're all still going to have that little reservation in the back of our minds. Was this really on the up and up? Yeah. Well, there's another point Big Moose brought up. Joe Biden actually garnering more votes for president of the United States than one Barack Obama. Is that possible? 81 million votes. I don't buy it. I really don't buy it. But we have to take it. They tell us that's the numbers. So what can you say? Hey, we get our news break and back with more of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Police say a man drove his car into a barricade near the U.S. Capitol and then began firing a handgun. He later took his own life. Tom Manger, the chief of the Capitol Police, says the car caught fire and the man exited.
It does appear that it was not the collision with the barricade that caused the fire. It appears that the individual may have started the fire himself as he was getting out of the car.
The war on baby powder has a big casualty.
Johnson & Johnson will stop selling talcum-based baby powder worldwide starting next year, taking its place their existing cornstarch version of the product. The move comes after thousands of lawsuits in recent years from women claiming that the talc-based powder gave them ovarian cancer or mesothelioma. The talc-based powder was already pulled from shelves in the U.S. and Canada a couple of years ago. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. What else? Hey, that James Webb Space Telescope. Yeah, we're seeing things like we've never seen before. The latest, the most distant star known to exist, spotted by the James Webb Telescope. Yeah, that just months after scientists using the Hubble telescope actually announced the existence of the star. A star by the name of Arendelle, after the Lord of the Rings character, discovered using the Hubble's gravitational lensing ability. They say this star is 12.9 billion, with a B, billion light years away from the Earth. The most distant object ever recorded, according to NASA. The image of the star seen through the James Webb Telescope was released last week by a group of astronomers as Cosmic Spring James Webb Space Telescope, designed to study the first stars. Until recently, we assumed that meant populations of stars within the first galaxies. Astronomers from the Space Telescope Science Institute in Maryland said back in May, but in the past 3 years, 3 individual strongly lensed stars have actually been discovered. Okay. Arendelle. Yeah, it is not even visible to the naked eye, they say. 12.9 billion light years away from the Earth. What do you say, horse feathers? That's a long way from home, brother. Yeah, horse feathers. Yeah, he's got something going on with your phone. I don't know what the deal is. We're not hearing you. All right, try us back if you get a chance. Let me see if we can get to CB, I believe, this morning. CB on board. What's happening?
Hey, Steve, what's going on? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
hey, just
sir.
checking to see if you went to the Florence Speedway there. I didn't get to hear the first part of the show. Did you get to go down there? And see the race?
No, I didn't get to go out. Princess had her Friday night scheduled, and hell, I had forgotten that Saturday was our anniversary, so we ended up having to go out for our anniversary, and then we ended up going over to the son's house for later in the evening. But I did tune in via Flow Racing, and it's a hell of a race.
Was it? Okay. Yep. Who finally won it?
Jonathan Davenport wins. Brandon
Superman.
Overton got second, and my boy Mac Daddy Dale McDowell finished third.
Cool. Yeah. I was just wondering. I heard you talking about it, but apparently she wouldn't want to go, right?
Yeah, she wasn't real keen on going to the races. No. I mean, she used to love it when when we'd go out there and we lived in Georgia. She loved going out to it, but she just wasn't not for our anniversary. It wasn't the anniversary kind of night. So.
Yep. But that's what I was checking on, see if you went and see if you. But you did get to watch it though. That's good.
Yes, and I mean, it looks like Florence Speedway was a packed house. Man, they were packed and stacked in there.
Oh well, yeah. I imagine because they also had the modifieds there too, didn't they?
They had the modifieds as well. What's interesting though, I mean, they had enough. I guess they had 50 cars there. vying because they had you had your heat races Friday night and then again on Saturday night, but only half the cars made the field. So.
Yeah, but yeah, because the modifieds. Well, I heard him talk about there was either one or two Canadian drivers came down too.
Yes, and I mean there was actually one. There was an Australian in the mix there as well. Believe it or not.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Boy, they get a government. Hey, that's money right there.
Yeah, they had the one. Forget what his number, 21 AUS or something. He was an Australian driver trying to get in. Actually made the starting field for the main event, the North-South 100.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's basically what I called for. Just if you, I didn't know that it was an anniversary. But I guess tell you happy anniversary too, right?
Yes. It was our third August 13. It was 39 years ago. August 13. We tied the knot.
Oh, yeah. And my wife and we've been married 40, July 29th, so we're
right
sticking
there.
it out, right?
Yeah. So the guy that I can't remember his name. There was a guy that he was the last in the starting field. He was the last, I guess, 26, I think, start the race. But he was an 83-year-old guy that was racing.
Oh, yeah, I heard somebody say something about that. Yeah. Man. Hey, I guess for that good still kicking, I guess we're doing good, right?
I mean, to actually be able to make the starting field, I mean, there's a lot of younger guys out there that he beat to get in that starting grid.
Man, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I heard somebody say something about that, but I didn't know if he even made the field or not. Of course, like I said, I was kind of going to keep upbeat with you, and you just talked about going to see what.
Right.
I don't have flow or anything like that, but yeah, that should have been some good racing.
It was. Yep. Good time. I would have loved to have been there, but I don't know, maybe one of these days. You got the big race coming up. Was it the World 100 at Eldora here in a couple of weeks?
Yeah. Now, are they going to have? Now, didn't they not get the Dream in?
I'm trying to remember. Are they making that up?
I thought it got rained out.
Yeah, they only got a half dozen laps or something in. So yeah, they postponed that. I think they're going to finish that during the World 100 week.
Yeah. So that ought to be pretty good there too.
And that was wasn't that the $1 million to win Dream?
Yes. Yep. So you'll probably have double everything there.
No doubt. Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, they had to reschedule that. Well, all right, CB, thanks for checking in.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, have a great morning. I'll do a double check on that. I believe that was the case. They posted because they knew everybody's going to be coming back. All the best of the best will be there at Eldora for the World 100, kind of like they were at Florence this past weekend. Yeah, somebody gonna get $1 million payday. It very well could be Jonathan Davenport. All right. I think is he not ranked number 1 in dirt track? I think he is. He's been chasing the big money all year long. But I digress. Let me see. Take 2. Horse feathers. What the hell happened to your phone?
Man, I was out walking around, stuff got too far away from the truck. I could hear you fine, but apparently the transmit side didn't reconnect the right way.
Okay. That was it.
Anyways, you probably had a whole bunch of scrambled eggs there, didn't you?
Yep.
So anyways, I was calling back here to finish the call to help Plowboy out there because he I heard him ask the question there. So I'd actually done the firefighting side of emergency. I didn't touch on the medical side. So we can do the Robert Fuller, who just turned 89 years old there, played Dr. Kelly Brackett. Bobby Troop, he passed away quite a few years ago. And the nurse he's looking for probably is Dixie McCall, who's played by Julie London. And she's passed away since, before now, since the end of the show and that. So anyways, but other than her, there was no real outstanding regular cast member that, was credited, would have opening credits. There may be in the closing credits as a lower character, but there was no other real nurse that was portrayed in that. And so anyways, but yeah, that was what I was going to call back about. And you had a call there, Devious there. He was from Virginia there and was talking about his father-in-law, who was a firefighter, passed from stomach cancer here recently. And there's a lot out there that firefighters develop cancer just because of the environment they've been in, and especially the older firefighters, when I was getting started there some 35, 40 years ago at this point, what was standard operating procedure when you got to a fire ground or, an event to work on isn't what it is today. I mean, what you saw in emergency with, people going into the buildings and, very limited amount of people used air packs. I mean, you didn't have the self-contained breathing apparatus to use there.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them were there, but I can't tell you how many times, because I was in the generation that was just starting to use it. I mean, well, I can't tell you how many times I'd be on a fire ground and I'd have some old timer say, take that pack off your back, boy. You don't need that. We don't need to be looking like that here. Just take that off and put it back on the truck. And it's like, yeah, I might just be walking around with the face piece hanging off my side here, not using the air. But if something happens and I need the air to be able to rescue your butt, I want to have it on my back. I want to be able to, not have to go run to the truck to get it.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, but there's a lot and of course, then again, with the 9/11, the September 11th there in New York City, there's so many individuals, and not just first responders. There's just hundreds and hundreds of New York City firefighters, EMS, police, transit police that all have a cancer issue coming up because of the dust and the smoke and everything that was in New York City and a lot of the residents there too. I mean, the cancer is going to be right off the charts here pretty quick because of that. And of course, we saw what happened in Congress with the whole thing there. And what was it, John? What was his name there from the overnight late night shows? There was a big supporter of that for the firefighters there. So somebody with a big name actually did get involved with it. But yeah, no, the environment's terrible for first responders, and whether it be structure fires, car fires, or whatever, you can just imagine what's burning up around you. So, anyways, keeps with all that happy news there to get close to the end of the show. But I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you. Other than that, had a little bit of rain shower go on here around the D.C. area, so I don't know. I guess it's probably what you had there yesterday afternoon came through out here now, so we'll see how the rest of the day develops.
Sounds like a plan. All right. Well, thank you very much, Horse Feathers. Thanks for chiming back in. Have a great day. All right. So let me see. I pulled up Eldora Speedway. Yeah, they will indeed be finishing the Dirt Late Model Dream. That'll be on September the 7th. So that's a Wednesday. They got 14 laps in before the rains washed things out back in June. Let's see, 14 laps in the A feature. The remaining 86 laps will be completed on Wednesday, September 7th. That leads into the World 100 weekend, September 8th, 9th, and 10th there. All right, so, and apparently it was the 27th Dirt Late Model Dream that was the million to win. Because the 28th is $128,000 $128,000 Somebody's going to take home that payday on Wednesday, September the 7th. And then what's the price tag there for the World 100? Lots of money on the line in the dirt late model field. A couple weeks away at Eldora Speedway. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There you go, got the breakdown. Yeah, I mentioned a lot of money, so September 7, that'll be $128 grand. World 100, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so they'll have two 25-lap features, 10,000 to win. Two of them Thursday night, two of them Friday night, and then 55 grand for the 52nd World 100. There you go. For all our dirt racing fans. What do you say, Vic? What's going on this morning?
Oh, not a lot. I'll try to make this quick as we wrap everything up. Thank you for reading my email there. But you're talking about the deep state. That email was an example of that. The American Federation of Government Employees, that's the government union.
Mm-hmm.
And back when that first got started, I was working for the government. And the original idea of that was that they would represent government employees in front of the Civil Service Commission. And there was a no work stoppage clause in one of the original agreements. That's why President Reagan could fire all the air traffic controllers. But as you can see from that article, it is now morphed into some sort of a political operation because they didn't like what some of the ICE agents and the Border Patrol agents were saying. So they got the Border Patrol, or the ICE, their branch of that union, the ICE Council, they got that decertified as their union. So now the ICE agents are going to have to find them another union or join the American Federation of Government Employees. They're going to have to make some sort of arrangement or go without a union. And the other part of that is Garland's making a big deal about threats to the FBI and all that. Well, they're the one that is seen right now. But if you'll check, you'll see that attacks on postal workers have even increased this year. And to me, I think that
crazy thing, a year or so ago about defunding the police. I believe that had a whole lot more effect about the way people were treating law enforcement than what this latest episode was with the FBI raiding Mar-a-Lago. And to me, that was a lot of grandstanding. It obviously wasn't necessary because they'd been there before. So, what was the whole purpose of all that grandstanding? And there are other episodes that have came up with the FBI that they certainly have taken the, they used to be looked at as lofted, lofted organization was what I was searching for. And they really don't have that shiny badge anymore. It's been kind of tarnished. But switch real quick here to the inflation thing. Steve, you pay a lot of attention to the weather, and there's heat waves going on all around the world and crop failures. So the deal with Ukraine, they are shipping grain out of there now, and it will probably go to a lot of these other places. But the places that's going, it's people that desperately need that grain and to make food, and it will probably be gone in a little bit of no time. So instead of being in storage, that will be gone, and the crops coming on behind that from the Black Sea wheat, that's going to be greatly reduced. So to say this inflation is transitory is kind of stretching it, and we're ending the oil thing. Europe's going to be coming off their August recess. They're going to start to prepare for winter. I haven't looked at all the statistics around the world, but I suspect they're going to start rebuilding their fuel oil supply for the winter.
Yeah, I know I think Germany, I believe they said has reached 75% of what they need already because they're trying to stockpile to get through the winter. Yes, so that is ongoing all throughout the European Union. Hey, we got to run here real quick. Stick around. TNCRadio.live. Coming up next, it's what do we got? The numbers are in. It's the Truckers Radio Show. Stan Campbell, the best in country music, trucking news, and maybe a few laughs. Then it's a special edition of the Truckers Network Radio Show with Shelley Johnson. And then it's off and rolling. Heavy Duty Parts Report, Morning Grind, all that good stuff. TNCRadio.live. We shall see you back here at the midnight hour tonight as we close out a Monday and get ready for a Tuesday. Hope you'll join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.